Hello, I am Gergie the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, I'm just asking, what have you been typing? So, yeah, I'd love to hear. So, hopefully, you will tune in and share what you've been typing with us. All right, so I want to remind you that Type Pals is and always will be free, so please join us at typepals.com. I I finally remembered to add the June events for TypePals, so be sure and go to typepals.com/events, and you can see the events there, including the upcoming typing prompts. So, yeah, excellent. Indro, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good, very good. Yeah. Anything new with you?
No, was it? It was last Tuesday, I think, where I saw you on just a quick online thing.
Yes, yes. I think that was Monday. It was Memorial
Oh,
Day.
all right. It was Monday. It's almost a week.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, I'm fine. I've been just working at the house and doing stuff, so it's okay.
Excellent, excellent.
I'm answering some letters, so today
Nice.
is finally I found some inspiration to write.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, and that's actually the typing prompt today, or what I'm asking today anyway is what have you been typing lately? So you're typing letters. That's excellent, excellent. Very cool. Do you have like a large stack to reply to?
Yeah, I've got a few. One, two, three, four. You see five. Yeah, I got a few to answer. So
Okay.
yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's about time. But
Yeah,
it's good.
very good. And anything else new with you?
No, nothing since last Monday. I've been working on the house because we've repainted everything here in the kitchen and starting doing some other works, some electronics, electric
Yes.
uh, maintenance in my house. So it's all good. It's all good. I got the time now, so it's good.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's good to see you, Indro.
Oh yeah, with you.
Susan, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Excellent.
Had a big weekend typewriter collecting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went to an estate sale and it was
Oh.
not advertised. It was just, it really, they just put it on Facebook Marketplace that they're having this estate sale. And I bought two typewriters that are way outside of my usual collecting realm, but they looked good to me and they were so inexpensive that I couldn't resist.
Oh.
So I'll show. I got a Corona 4 typewriter,
Oh, nice.
and it's from 1925. And it came with the case, of course, the original paperwork.
Oh wow.
Hilarious.
I think at that age that would be rare to have.
It came with a original type brush,
Oh, cool.
and it came with this little oiler.
Oh.
So you use this, I guess, to carefully put the oil where you needed the oil to go when you were lubricating your machine. I don't know.
Yeah, you can with that you can pinpoint right where the oil is gonna go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was $15.
Oh my goodness. You
So how could
scored.
I leave it behind? I couldn't.
I know, right?
Yeah. So I doubt that I'm ever going to really love typing on it, but it is awfully pretty.
You never know, it might surprise you.
And then in the next room, I found this Underwood, and it's a 4 bank,
Oh.
and It is from 1940. It has green enameled keytops, which I just love.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And it did not have an owner's manual, but it does have a service sticker from a place in Garland, Texas, called A1 Typewriter Company, and it had a receipt for when it was serviced in 1976.
Oh,
And
wow.
when it was serviced in 1976, they paid $10.50 to have it serviced, and that included the tax, which I thought was hilarious.
Exactly.
And then I got this.
New Tower touch typing course, 10 days.
Okay, so this is for, it actually was done by Smith Corona, and it was for Sears. Sears
Okay.
with the Sears Tower typewriters.
And those are records, right?
Yes, and a booklet. Okay, which tells you how to type. It has this little booklet,
That is so cool.
and it was $1.
Wow.
So I couldn't leave it either.
No.
I had to
Definitely
get these things. I just had to.
not. Yeah.
So the Underwood typewriter, it actually works pretty well. It has a little issue with the alignment of the capital letters, but it works pretty well. The Corona, it has a problem, I think, with the drawband because the carriage automatically just goes to the left. It doesn't stay centered. But the drawband is present, so I'm hopeful that it could be relatively easy to fix. And the only other thing is I know that the metal, they both have metal spools, but the metal spools on the Underwood are not the correct, well, at least one of them is not correct because it says cold steel on it.
Oh,
So it's from a cold steel typewriter.
yeah.
But I have lots of metal spools. So
you have a cold steel spool.
I have a spool that says it's marked cold steel, but I don't have a cold steel typewriter.
Okay. Are you aware that if a cold steel typewriter has both its original spools, it doubles in value?
Oh, wow.
Yep. So those are kind of a rare gem. Those so often get thrown out. So chances are you can list that cold steel spool by itself on eBay and get a pretty penny for it.
Nice.
For someone who has lost their originals.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. So for $31 plus tax, I think I did pretty well.
Yeah.
So a couple of quick questions there, Susan.
I'm sorry?
The 10-day typing course, is that 2 12-inch or 5 7-inch?
It's 2 12-inch.
Okay, it's the later one then.
Yeah, it was definitely produced for Sears.
Yeah.
I have also a manual from a Tower typewriter, a Tower portable typewriter that was inside of this box. But unfortunately, there was no Tower typewriter to purchase.
Oh.
I would have bought it if there was, because
Yeah.
I would love to have one. But
Well, Tower was
Sears.
Roebuck rebranded Smith Corona.
Yeah, it talks about that on here, and it says includes 2 12-inch long playing records and touch typing textbook prepared under the direction of eminent educational consultants to use with Sears Tower typewriters.
Yeah.
Oh, you can only use it with Sears Tower.
Yeah. Okay. This was really for Sears typewriters. So this was like you bought your family a typewriter for Christmas and you bought them this to go with it.
Yep, absolutely. I have the exact same thing that says Smith Corona on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a Smith Corona one. I do have a really cute other set that shows the whole family typing, but it's not labeled a particular brand. But for $1, the fact that I don't have a Sears typewriter didn't bother me. I had to get it.
Now, one little question about the one that you say you think has a drawband issue, because if the carriage zings to the left, the drawband is just fine. Your problem is in the escapement.
Oh, well, it does. It zincs to the left. It does not. Yeah, so it probably just, but anyway, somebody will know how to fix it, I'm sure. And it'll be a good conversation piece for the type-in. We'll get everybody talking about fixing it at the type-in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it with me to the type-in.
Very
Even
cool.
if they can't type on it, they'll like looking at it.
Yes.
So-
And you're like 2 weeks away now?
2 weeks, yeah, 2 weeks
Yeah.
from yesterday. Mhm.
Exciting. Very cool. Anything else new with you? I mean, that was a lot. You had a great.
That's a lot, right? No,
Yeah.
I don't really have anything else.
Okay. Wow. I'm very happy for you though. That was
It
excellent.
was an exciting week, like I said. I mean,
Yeah.
one simple estate sale. There actually were 2 other typewriters there, and I did not buy them. One was a Remington. I think it was a quiet writer, and I already have one. So I didn't
Okay.
want that one. I left that for someone else. And the other one, I couldn't even identify what it was. It didn't have a badge or anything on it. But my husband thought it might have been a Royal, but it didn't look like it was in very good shape. And Royals are not my favorites. So I passed those 2 up. But I think I got a good price on these 2, and I think they're really pretty. And
Got a very good price.
yeah,
Excellent.
it's like the price from when I first started collecting in 2017.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the prices have gone up a lot since then.
Yeah, prices have gone up a lot. It's hard in my area anymore to find really good deals unless you go to an estate sale. But because in all of the antique malls and everything, they're all $100 or more.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what their condition is, sadly. No,
Yeah.
you know,
Wow.
so it's hard to find something fun to collect. I have a Underwood Universal 4-bank typewriter, but I did not have this particular model. So these are both models that I did not already have.
Okay.
And the Corona is one of the first of the 4-bank. So it really, they tell me you need to follow the service directions for the 3-bank because it's really more like the 3-bank than the 4-bank. But I don't know.
Yeah. It'll be a learning experience for you.
Oh, well, I'm going to see if somebody else will do it while we're there.
Well, yeah.
You'd be shocked.
Yeah.
All these people around here, they service their own. So somebody will
Yeah.
tell me how to do it.
Exactly. But you'll learn vicariously through
That's
that.
right. I'll learn something new. That's always good.
Yes.
That's always good.
Excellent. Well, it's good seeing you, Susan.
It's good to see y'all too.
Excellent. William, I see you're eating, but but how are you doing? Oh, not in a position to talk. We'll move on to Christoph, and then we'll come back to you.
Good idea.
How are you, Christoph?
Fine, and you?
Very good. You have us in a different location today.
Yeah, because I'm with my phone, and because my daughters get the computer, and yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Anything new with you?
I went to several yard sales, but nothing interesting. The problem with the prices, because people now people sell their typewriters very expensive.
Okay.
Also, an Olivetti letter 32, and the guy asked 70, if I remember. And when you ask why 70, they said looking on internet. It's very expensive. Okay, so keep it. I don't want.
Yeah.
And I found Olivetti letter 32, but I already have it here. And I found on yard sales up an Underwood, but I already had it, and nothing new.
Okay.
I don't remember if I show you. I booked a few weeks ago. What is it? Yes, Antares. I booked a very. This is my Hermes 2000. I don't know if I show you this.
Oh wow.
Great condition, except under the machine, I lost some fits. You see,
Oh yeah.
I lost here and here, but good condition, very beautiful Hermes.
Yeah, that's very different.
And I booked this one for 10 in very awful condition.
You can kind of tell by the case. Oh, okay. Wow.
Noiseless.
Wow.
Remington noiseless is very bad condition.
Yeah,
A lot
that
of
kind
rust.
Interesting.
It was not expensive, so
Yeah.
I very like the style of this
Yeah.
machine. It's very beautiful machine.
Yeah.
But this one is very bad condition. But
Are you going to fix it up?
to clean, yeah,
Okay.
but not. I will not fix the problems.
Okay.
Just to keep all the on rusty. Sometimes the rusty look is a good look.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So
That's history right there.
so nothing new except this. Tomorrow in France, it's a day off.
Okay.
So I have many over year sales. I will check if I find some new typewriters.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, those prices you were mentioning were pretty high for a yard sale.
We have a lot of this season, and in France is very current. Small villages. I like to go to small villages because I find best pieces from old people. More difficult. It's more difficult in big cities because in big cities, too many people are moving. Too many new people, young people, and it's more difficult to find typewriters. But in the countryside, we can find anything you want. I found this one. I found for 10, and this one was under a table. In the very old farm, the guy, the people sold a lot of furniture, table, chairs, and this one was under a table. And I said, "Hey, how many for this?" And she said, "Oh, 10."
Wow. Yeah, that's good. Wow. Well, your collection is coming along.
Sorry?
Your collection is coming along.
It begin to be too much big.
I know.
I have to find new furniture for. I found I have a nine cases. I found 16 cases.
Okay.
I will check if I'll buy it.
Yeah, just make sure it's sturdy.
But I will stop to collect only if I find very beautiful piece or beautiful machines. But I think I have a very good on various collection. Three Remington, 2 Hermes, free Underwood, free Olivetti. I have literal 12 here. It's a good for Hermes because I have the 2000.
Yeah.
I have it's various. It's a good collection. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You don't really find Smith Coronas or Royals there, do you?
I love to find a Royal.
Yeah.
My favorite. And I have a friend who works. He's a he owned an hotel in Paris, a 4-star hotel in Paris. He's a director, and he asked me to find a beautiful typewriter with color rod with a shiny color like red or yellow. And now I have to find him beautiful piece. It's hard, but I will find it.
Excellent. All right. And anything else new with you?
No, not for the moment. Not for this weekend.
Yeah, yeah. Excellent. Well, it's good seeing you.
So, Christoph, one quick question, not typewriter related. I noticed you are wearing a Ghostbusters shirt.
Yeah.
Have you seen the latest movie?
With the child.
Ghostbusters
with the child's
Afterlife.
Sorry?
The Ghostbusters Afterlife?
Yes, with all the childs.
Okay.
Okay.
You know the scene where Phoebe and her brother were driving around town with the proton blasters and were shooting up the signs, the Empress Hotel and the Java Shop. That's a town 40 kilometers south of me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that film was shot part in Fort McLeod and part in Crossfield, which is a town about 140 k's north of me, 150 k's north.
Okay.
Oh my.
Indro has a DeLorean. If only it was life size, right, Indro?
Lego.
Yeah, this is the
Lego.
This is the new Lego one.
Yeah.
Wait like 3 months for it.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cool. Ah,
I had more than 30 or 40 Lego sets, technique sets.
Oh,
But
wow.
I sold it because to pay my divorce. And I sold everything.
Oh.
No, I have nothing in Lego.
Oh, wow.
But I was perhaps I will buy the Lego typewriter, but I don't think it's too much expensive for me.
Oh, yeah.
I have already Olivetti Letter 42. It's exactly the same color than the Lego set.
Wow.
So I don't need the Lego typewriter set.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all those Lego sets are pretty expensive. I was surprised. So.
Yeah, it's more and more expensive, and the collector set from the 80s and from the 70s are absolutely expensive. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
they say if you buy Lego, the collector ones or whatever, just they're more value. They value more than gold. So if you buy 2 of them, keep one for yourself and keep the other one wrapped in the plastic. You can, after 10 years, they're a lot of money.
Yeah, I believe it. Definitely. Very cool. And William, how are you doing?
Doing good.
Excellent.
Nothing new on the typewriter front. haven't been typing nearly as many letters as I'd like to have. Work is getting really, really busy.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, it's that time of year.
Yeah. Well, this is my busy season.
Yeah, yeah.
And like 12 jobs came in 3 days last week.
Oh, wow.
Anywhere from chainsaws to lawnmowers, lawn tractors, yeah, all that sort of stuff. And I'd say probably half the problems are fuel related. The gasoline up here today has just really gone to, dare I say, gone to crap.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We in Belgium, we just went for the 95 octane to from to E5 or E10,
Yeah.
and that's a hassle for carburetors and all in when the machines are not being used regularly. It's a bad fuel.
Yes, it is.
I don't know if that's the same with you.
Oh yes, oh yes. The poorer the quality of fuel, the more ethanol is added to improve the effective octane rating.
Yeah.
And fuel dealer, their fuel is up to 18% ethanol.
Yeah. Also, it's biodegradable, so it gunks up a lot.
Oh. Yeah.
But the thing about ethanol is that it is hygroscopic, so it actually pulls moisture out of the air. Then the ethanol molecules mix with the water, sink to the bottom. They end up with a white sludge in the bottom of your tank, bottom of the carburetor, which doesn't burn and just causes havoc with everything.
Oh boy. Wow.
And so every year, a larger part of my business is educating my customers.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
On the proper storage and care, proper storage and handling of fuel.
Yeah. I can see how that would be a big problem.
And as I say, winter seasonal equipment suffers more than summer seasonal. There's snow blowers, ice augers, that sort of stuff. You buy fresh fuel in the winter, which is winter seasonally adjusted by the oil companies. Then it sits and cooks in the shed all summer, and by next fall, that fuel has just gone rank.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Let's see, that's about it for what's going on here. Just work, and more work. But
Exactly.
see, this is a time when the funds coming to pay the bills for the rest of the year.
Yeah, definitely.
So as the old saying goes, make hay when the sun shines. However, it did rain last night.
Oh.
It just chucked it down. Heading north on Highway 2 between Claresholm and here, we went and helped a friend celebrate her 40th birthday. There were times I was down to 80 km/h, 50 miles an hour, with the wipers on high speed. I could barely see ahead of me to drive forward. The rain was coming down so heavy.
Oh, wow.
But oh boy, this land has been so dry for so long
Yeah.
that looking at the grass and the fields, you'd hardly ever knew it rained last night, all soaked in.
Yeah. That happened to me one time when my dad lived out in Virginia in Roanoke. My wife and I were out there visiting him, and it poured down the hardest I've ever seen it. I was afraid to drive. I was like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. We don't get rain like that in Southern California. I mean, it can
Probably
rain
not.
hard, but not like that.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, but all that, well, that rain is going to make the grass grow and bring you even more business.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, it's good to see you, William.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah.
Good to be here.
Excellent. Brian, how are you?
Go, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Go on, are good? I was just finishing writing a letter. I started writing it, and I left it and forgot about it. And actually, not until I saw, oh, am I in there? There we go. Not until I saw the paper sticking out of the typewriter did I remember that I'd half finished it. I'm
Oh,
just typing the second half of my letter now.
yeah. Excellent. Any new typewriters or anything?
No, nothing to speak of.
Okay.
Same old, same old. I got that Smith Corona, Sterling that I got, the 50s one, with the return lever that was bent over the top and was scraping.
Yeah.
I managed to bend it back up and get it working.
Excellent. Excellent.
So that's good. But
Yeah.
other than that, nothing new.
Okay. I do love those. Well, actually, the 50s and 60s Sterlings. The look of them is so dramatically different.
Yeah. Compared to the later ones, it's like
Yeah.
very, very different.
Yeah.
Are the mechanicals mostly the same as far as you know, or does it change a lot?
It seems the same to me, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I don't really dig inside, but the feel and everything, it seems
Yeah.
the same to me. So,
Well, it's a neat little machine. I like it.
excellent, excellent. That's good to hear. And you're still going thrifting, and you're just not finding anything, or
I'm not doing very well thrifting, so
okay, okay,
I haven't found anything in a long time.
yeah,
Last thing I found was that Sterling, and then before that, the Olympia SM9 I found at the antique store.
okay,
But no, not since then. I haven't seen anything. I saw a couple of electrics that were interesting, and I would pick up one of those daisy wheel word processors
yes,
if it had a floppy drive in it. I've seen ones that do, and I don't remember which ones do. But I always look when I see those wedges on the bottom shelf of the thrift store. Let's check both sides and see if there's a floppy drive in it.
yeah. I have a Smith Corona PWP something or other. I mean, they made a bunch of those PWPs, and it has the floppy drive, but the floppy drive on it doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I was Adafruit, the electronics supplier, had a lot of products recently about re-engineering low-level hardware support for floppy drives. So like get a floppy drive with a microcontroller or a Raspberry Pi or something. So I thought it'd be interesting to play around with that in the floppy drive.
Yeah, yeah.
So well, if I ever see one, I'll pick it up.
Excellent, excellent.
It's like I was used to seeing them, and now that I've been looking for them, I can't find them.
Yeah. So if I understand correctly, if you found one with a floppy drive that didn't work, that would not be a problem for you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Or at least I couldn't make it any worse. But I might be able to do something with it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? I'll just send you mine. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because honestly, yeah, I mean, the floppy drive doesn't work, so yeah. It's just taking up space, and they're pretty big, so it's much bigger than the regular Smith Corona daisy wheels.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know. It might cost you a lot to send it. Just think about it. And that's,
Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah, because well, like you're suggesting, it might not be worth.
yeah. If I find one here for $10 at the thrift store, it's not worth.
I know.
Getting $30 to mail me one for free.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. We'll look into it. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But
Cool.
the offer's out there.
Yeah. All right.
Excellent. All right. Well, it's good seeing you, Brian.
Good seeing you.
Robert, how are you doing? Are you frozen, Robert? I think Robert might be frozen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. We'll move on then. Bill, how are you? I don't
I'm
think
okay.
you're frozen, are you, Bill?
Pardon?
I don't think you're frozen, are you?
That's debatable,
Oh.
but I'm here. So,
Okay, excellent.
how you doing, Gregory?
Very good, very good.
Good.
Yeah. Anything new with you?
No, certainly not typewriter wise.
Okay. I know, last week you were, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, you were showing that what was it? That book of paper that you found.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And in that you mentioned Anthony Connolly and his book. And when you mentioned Anthony Connolly, I in my mind I heard Anthony Murphy, who's
Oh,
a much more recent member of Typewriter Club Live.
yes.
And so I was looking through his books and I was like, I don't see that title. Like, and then I went back and listened to the episode, and I was like, oh, Anthony Connolly. And
Yes.
so I bought his ebook. So
Yeah, his book, The Smallest Universe.
yes,
Yeah, really just an awesome book. And he and I have exchanged, a couple of letters since I wrote his book, and it was really funny. He thanked me for reading his book, and that's fine and well. I that seems normal, but I wouldn't read something if I didn't enjoy it, And I've been noting to him in my correspondence that I have a hard time making my way through an entire book quite often, because I don't read all that much, and I'll get in a short groove of reading, and typically I'll make my way through about halfway through a book, and I'll have numerous books that I might be reading at any given time, and a lot of them just never get finished. And but I persevered, as he put it, with his book. I read the whole thing, and it just, I found it deeply impacting, his subject matter and the way that he conveyed it all. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I'm the one that should be, thanking him. And so that was just one of those cool moments of Typewriter Club Live for me, meeting Anthony through this group, finding out that he's a writer and has written numerous books, and just looking, reading what he's capable of doing with words. It's impressive. And we can all write to some degree, but his work was really a pleasure. And so I was really glad to have made that connection here.
excellent. Yeah.
There's my review.
I know. Huh? Anytime we have authors on here, I try to buy their books. So I ended up buying that after I went back in and figured out which Anthony it was. And then I bought a few of the shorter works of Anthony Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
And of course I bought others as well. So
Yeah. Well, I think one of the other notable things about Anthony Connolly is that he's probably one of the more prolific typists for getting outside and typing. I know when I used to still be on Instagram, I would see his posts there that he'd be typing from a cafe somewhere or another, always hauling a typewriter along with him to some public spot outdoors. Yeah. And then even in a couple of the letters that he sent me, he's kind of detailed the outlines of where he was typing the letter from, and so that's pretty cool. It dawns on me. I just got a letter from Joe, and he detailed that he had typed the letter from his front porch, I believe. It's like, yeah, I like those little details. I always try to include what machine I'm using, but I didn't think about other details, like where I actually typed the letter at,
Yeah.
And so that's kind of fun, kind of a fun thought.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people, when they're first starting with writing letters to people, they have no clue what to write. And so typically what I do, I'll talk about the typewriter and how it's typing, and I'll talk about the paper and where I got it. But that's a new one. I haven't thought of talking about where I'm typing or what my setup is, So
well, I love the fact that you have, I mean, honestly, I was really happy with the initial list, just the list of names, but the addition of all the different categories of information that you started to capture in detail is really helpful. I just received my second letter of someone who wrote to me first, you
Oh,
know,
cool.
and so now it's easy to go back in. I can see what his interests are and reply with some details. Or I always treat writing a letter like I'm sitting in a cafe or a pub with somebody, you know, and I'm just talking with them. It's like, well, if I was sitting face to face, what would I say? You know, it doesn't have to be anything, I guess, greatly detailed or necessarily all that interesting, but if you're just kind of like a top of mind conversation, what would you say to somebody? And that's what I usually put down on the paper. And but having those extra details certainly makes it much easier to be the first one to reach out to someone else. And so it seems like a lot of the people that I've been writing to over the past year and a half have kind of slowed down. I think, you know, we're getting more freedom back now from the pandemic, and so people are occupying their time, and I'll probably start reaching out and writing to more new people. And so having those kind of details there in the member list is really helpful for that.
Yes, yes. Yeah, because the original list, it was literally just the names, addresses, and I included the birth dates for those that wanted them listed, and that was it. So,
Yeah.
it's like if you're gonna write to someone, you're writing to them blind. So,
Well, now see, like my original thing was early on, I was trying to connect with everybody that somebody's got their hand up.
Oh, hi,
Sorry.
Paul Coogan. I just want to say that I really appreciated the details in the list, because I was looking for someone to write to, and I actually found someone that had 4 things in common with me, and
cool.
they're very esoteric things as well.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nice.
but beyond typewriters.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so that, you know, that kind of thing's nice, and so as I start reaching out to new people for the first time, I definitely have that advantage, because before I was picking those people that I'd met here via Zoom, and so
Yeah.
I knew a little bit about them just from our weekly conversations, you know, and that helped. That was better than just writing somebody totally blind out of the blue, which I've done that too, you know. And you just it's kind of a crapshoot, you know. You put it out there and see if any of it sticks. But
Yeah.
having those bio details with interests and so forth, or even maybe somebody doesn't have that much in common, but they have a common machine that you could talk about to start things off, you know. And
Yeah.
it's not necessarily that you'll connect with everyone and keep writing long term, but it's easy enough to kind of just take a shot at writing for one exchange maybe or something, and to see what happens. And so it's been fun for me with this whole thing.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. All right. And anything else new with you, Bill?
No, nothing new good, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Well, it's so good seeing you, Bill.
Likewise.
All right. Let's see. The order of the people on the screen changed. I'm a little disoriented. Oh, there's Robert. Robert, are you still frozen?
No, not frozen, but I had
Okay, there we go.
2 issues with my internet connection, as I'm just working with my smartphone. So all of a sudden you and the others were frozen, so I had to reconnect. So hope it will be stable right now. Well, yeah, good evening or good morning to you. We just had a little thunderstorm cruising here, but nothing bad. But it made it a bit more better for the nature, and so it rained, and so great. Okay. Well, not much to tell you, but I would like to introduce to you, my friends, one of my favorite machines here. I think I've talked already about it, which is a machine which is not so common in the US, but here in Germany it was one of the most iconic machines. I just turn it around. Yep. This is an Olympia 8.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if it is. I think it's not so common in the. Wait, okay, das Licht nicht. Just wanted to start. No, I can't make the light. Well, wait. Okay. Well, hope it's very solid machine, very heavy, and you see it has a little curvy design from the side. And here are some windows. Here's some cranks to spool up.
Oh, that's
And
the ribbon spool right there, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And then you
Wow.
can spool here. And it's really hard to find one of these machines which are totally complete. So often because they are easy to remove, and often they get lost. But I had really good luck. So I have on both sides.
Oh,
They're here. And as you see, that we have some windows, same as the Royal 10.
Yeah.
And there's a back window too. And when you look at it, it is really very solid build. Really, absolutely great machine.
Yeah.
Good quality of building here.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm not really one into the older machines, but that's got to be maybe the most beautiful older typewriter I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
And that is definitely an office machine as opposed to being a portable.
Of course. It's really
Yeah.
heavy. I think about 13 kilogram.
Yeah.
But and we have some special here. You have the ribbon selector for the colors.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the ribbon change for the direction, and here, for example, you have a double spacing, so I can type.
Okay.
Wait, what does it? No.
Hi. For doing headings or whatever.
It's called Sperrschrift in Germany. Wait, and now in capital letters. And then you can go back.
I don't think they have that feature on too many typewriters.
In German,
Do they not have it on the SG1?
SG1 has it, and the
SG3 has it.
yeah, no, SG. I don't know about the SG3 has it. Yes, that's it. And I have it on a portable machine. It's the Erica M. It has also this double spacing.
Interesting.
But where I have seen double spacing used is on a title on the top of a page.
Yeah.
Yeah, some title, or sometimes when on court, when it's something written, the names are often written and in double spacing. When you find some official letters or something, then I've seen it many times. What else it has? There's a little gadget here. You see this one?
Yes.
It's kind of a calendar. There you can tune in, for example, your actual date. As I said, right now we have the just as a reminder for you or for anyone who wants.
Wow.
You can hear 20. It has no function anyway. Just yeah.
Just a little reminder.
A little reminder, exactly.
That's fun.
And the tabulator runs very smooth. Just wait. There I had to adjust something.
Oh my. Must have a beautiful governor in there.
And well, here's what else? Yes,
Could you play that bell again?
The margin release is also assigned with a bell whenever I.
Your video froze again.
Yeah. Are you still there, Robert?
There's been a disturbance in the force.
Yeah.
This is like missing the last 5 minutes of a James Bond movie. The film just stops. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
I can see why this is one of his favorites.
I know. My
It's a cool machine.
I would like to hear that bell again too. My goodness. Yeah.
It's an amazing elegance for its time period.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you imagine how much that cost back then and then translate it to today's money? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
But
I
you
was looking
probably-
at one of those online probably about 2 months ago, and I
Yeah.
didn't pull the trigger, and I think I just kind of forgot about it. And it looks really cool, especially with the tape or the ribbon on the sides.
Yeah.
Tools.
Yeah.
A cool machine.
All right, he's back. Robert, we had a request to hear the bell again.
Okay, I have just my connection crashed, so I try to. Oh wait, I turn around, so you don't want to see me. Wait, where is it?
Nice.
Mm.
There you go.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm picturing back in the day, somebody traded their Mercedes in on this,
I know,
plus
right?
cash.
Now,
What
are you
year is
talking?
that?
No, are you talking about the Mercedes Typewriter or the Mercedes car?
No, the car.
That's what I thought. Yes.
Or maybe a Unimog. I don't know.
Unimog.
So
Those big beasts. That's a very cool typewriter, Robert.
Yeah.
Robert, what year is
yes.
that?
I think it's about 30s, 20s or 30s. They were built very long, I think, until the 50s nearly. I've figured it out, but have forgotten it. I have to take a look at it. Or please check a typewriter database. They had a long time they were built, I think nearly till the 50s. The older ones you can see, well, just turn it around. When you have the elder ones, they have here little kind of rubber piece. It's not a solid metal here. And then the newer ones, there are levers in like black rubber on this side or here.
Mhm.
And it's also interesting because it was not only.
Oh, we lost him again. Oh man.
First the video, then the audio.
Yeah. Yeah. Darn. And I was wanting to ask him about the spacebar. It looks like the spacebar is made of wood. Yeah.
Yeah, it was brown, wasn't it?
Yeah. Had some staining on it, which makes me think it's not just plastic or metal or anything. So yeah. Anyway, well, hopefully we'll get him back on. But in the meantime, how are you, Rich?
I am doing good, thank you. I hope y'all are well too.
Yeah.
Love showing up and seeing all your smiling faces, but I don't really have any new typewriter news. The only thing I wanted to share was last week I showed a typewriter that I bought that was in the online. The picture was a different color. It was kind of a sandish color, but when it got delivered, it was much very gray. And I sent that email back to the seller, and I expressed that and the fact that the ribbon vibrator was broken when she said it works. And all she did was says, "I'm sorry, you're disappointed." And this kind of just left me flat there. You know, I mean, I'm disappointed because she failed. That's why I'm disappointed, but I haven't responded to that yet. I was kind of looking for what the hive mind might think I should do. I don't know that I want to go through the trouble of sending it back. But I don't know, maybe ask for some compensation. And I'll tell you, I had another typewriter that shipped to me across Germany, and when I got it, the frame was cracked. And when I told that, I took some pictures of it and told the seller, he just said, "Let's split the cost of the typewriter." And so I said, okay, that was fair. I'll find a way to fix the iron. But on this one, it's like it's a gray color, but it's got very good decals on it. So that's why I know it wasn't. When I saw it in the pictures, I saw good decals. I presumed it had not been repainted, that was the original color. But however, they messed up those photos, you know. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet. I might I could ask her to split some cost. I don't think she sensed that she was the cause of my frustration when I listed that stuff to her.
Yeah.
I had a very similar thing happen with a Smith Corner Skywriter. The pictures showed it to be almost the desert sand color.
Yeah.
And so I thought that would be a great companion for my Desert Sand Silent Super. When it arrived, it is just the plain ordinary gray.
Great, yeah. So it might have been like an incandescent light bulb or something that made it.
Whatever. And so I messaged the customer and told him that I was kind of disappointed in that it was not the color that was shown in the pictures. And in future, I strongly recommend to actually describe the color, not just use the pictures as the judge of the color.
Yeah, definitely.
There's, I know that there are a couple of eBay sellers who say, although the typewriter appears to be this color, it's the light I'm shooting under, the color is actually, and describes the color.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what you're getting.
So in your case, William, you kept it?
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'm kind of thinking I'm going to do with this, but I'm still frustrated about especially since the ribbon vibrator doesn't work. So
yeah, I mean, seeing as I only paid, I think about 25 Canadian for it, plus $12 shipping to my pickup point in the US.
Does it work?
As far as I can tell, yes, it does.
Yeah,
I haven't really used it.
Okay.
Had you already received it when you were talking about it the last time?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I had received it, and that was my frustration, was that.
I remember you talking about desert sand specifically, if I remember correctly.
Which is the reason, yeah, exactly. That's why I bought it.
Yeah, so I can understand your frustration, and a frame cracked is one thing that you have to chalk things up to the nature of shipping these days. It's not like a misrepresentation, but the kind of things you're talking about, I don't think that a request for some type of recompensation would be at all unfair. That seems like a reasonable thing for you to request, and if they wouldn't do so, you always have a chance to return. It's it's the thing about eBay these days. The power really rests with the buyer.
I think
that can be sad for the honest sellers, but there's a lot of people out there there's a lot of people that they just have something and they know it's worth some money now because typewriters are more popular, but they wouldn't even know to call out color differences and things like that. They wouldn't maybe even be aware that there are different colors, but I think they could understand if that somebody's disappointed, in the way it was represented, that, make the buyer happy. It's not like they're trying to screw them around or something.
Well, that's I told her that I didn't think she was trying to deceive me, but deceived I was. But
what I'm saying is it's not like you're trying to deceive her now. It's not like you're trying to find an excuse to come back and get some money off. You're just being honest, and so I think you're within your right. It's a reasonable request for, to work something out.
Yeah, that and the ribbon vibrator, I think.
Sure.
Another issue, but yeah, I think where I was kind of stuck in my head was the fact that we're only talking about a color difference, and that doesn't rise in my head to the level of something I should whine about. Although the specific color was the only reason I bought it. I would not have bought a gray one.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that she understands that frustration. She just said, "I'm sorry you're disappointed." Well, I kind of expected a little better answer than that, but that was it. So, I mean, I think it was Etsy, if I'm not mistaken. I can always leave an unfavorable review, and I don't really want to do that. But I can at least cite, what was shipped versus maybe I could take another picture and put them in the review or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
but I appreciate the comments.
Stuff that you get that's described poorly tends to be less expensive. Stuff that's really well documented, great pictures front and back and sides, are often the ones that are priced twice what you think they should be.
They should, if they know what they're.
So obviously she doesn't know as much as you about typewriters.
No, she has a whole bunch of stuff in her store, but I don't know. But there might have been one or two other typewriters. So she's not a typewriter salesperson.
Yeah. And the other thing that I'd say is shooting in natural light's always a good idea. If I want something to show the right color, I'll put it outside.
Outside, yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the best. But for whatever reason, she didn't seem sensitive to the fact that it was miscolored from my point of view. So
And
I guess, that helps.
in retrospect, that is where a person could lodge a complaint saying the unit I received is not as described, and then take a picture of a machine in natural light and submit that against the picture that the seller originally posted and say, see, these are not the same color.
Yeah, actually, if you have a desert sand typewriter, put it next to the typewriter that you got and take a picture of those together in outside light.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I think I have a Tower Commander that's that color, so I could put it next to that.
You just shoot it outside next to the typewriter that you got sent, and you can compare that to the pictures that you posted and say, this is why I'm upset.
Yeah,
Good idea.
So your Tower Commander, does it have the rust-colored keys?
No, I don't. Wait. It's been about 5 months since I looked at it.
Yeah.
It's possible. No, I think it's green. I'd have to take it out and look. Now you got me curious, William.
Because the Tower Commander has, not exactly, almost coral color keys on the beige or desert sand body, whereas the Silent Super has cream color keys on the desert sand body.
So there was another tower, and I can't remember if it was a Challenger or Chieftain or some other name that had the reddish keys. But this one, I want to say this one had green keys, but I'll have to look. Yeah, it was, and they type really nice. I really like the way it types too. But thanks for the advice on. I think I feel better about feeling bad now. So, but that's all I really had to share today.
Well, it's good seeing you, Rich.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
We have a new face with us, Paul Coogan. How are you?
Hi, hailing from San Diego, California.
Excellent.
I saw your email this morning. It's a great reminder that this was actually happening.
Excellent.
And the prompt caught my eye. So, what are you typing now? I just recently gave away my Corona standard. I understand it was a 1944 edition to a friend. He introduced me to all of these typewriter resources, typewriter database, and TypePals. And I replaced it with the Triumph Contessa. It's got a quartz keyboard on it, which takes a little getting used to for my American hands. But first thing I typed up was actually a letter to my grandfather. He was born in 1895. And what I did was I printed his picture on the using my laser printer, and then I went back over and typed over it. Interesting, and this will go on the Day of the Dead altar in October. Just a nice way to an idea of where to start when you first have a blank sheet in front of you, and maybe talking to a live person or putting a stamp on something seems a little scary. Yeah. So it was a nice little connection back to his time, and then also to him.
That's cool.
That's a cool.
That's really cool.
I did see Monk on the list on his profile picture has the same sort of picture embedded. I was curious about that.
Yes. Cartoon, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your mic isn't working, Ted.
Oh no. Interesting. I'm wondering, is that printed or do you illustrate on there? Because now I'm thinking that it might be really nice to combine my drawing artwork with typing.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah, that's another great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My other grandfather was this was my farmer grandfather. He had apple orchards in Sebastopol. I can see the orchards there behind him. And what he's doing there is he's actually assembling an above ground pool.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
But
That's so nice.
my other grandfather was art director for the San Francisco Examiner, and he did some fashion illustration.
Okay.
I like the illustration there. Looks very much like something he would be
Yeah.
art directing.
Excellent.
I used to deliver the San Francisco Chronicle.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
There he is.
There you are.
Did we get it? Okay, I have to use the microphone on the webcam itself now.
Okay.
Okay, so what was the question?
He was asking about your, what you have in the typewriter there.
Oh,
if that was printed on there and you're typing around it, or how you did that.
it's been printed on there and I'm typing around it. That's my new letterhead that I've been putting on letters that I send to people.
Cool.
So that is what I do now.
Is that one of your parties?
That is one of my parties. We're listening to music and reading letters that people wrote to me, and this one's going out to Brian over there. Good.
Hey,
Oh,
Mr.
cool.
Good.
thanks, Ted. I'll be looking forward to it.
Hey,
Finally
A
gave
nice
me his address.
typeface.
Ted, I shared that design with my son.
You liked it?
Oh yeah, he approved. He put a smile on his face.
Yeah.
You'll get a kick out of this because I saw that you have a fez in your profile picture there, and also featured in your. This is.
Oh, there you go.
That's my Contessa, and then this fez came to me from an old roommate whose father had passed, and she sent me all of his old hats.
Nice.
So-
Yeah, I can't wear a fez while I'm got headphones on, but
Yeah.
this is my Mahi version.
Let's see. Oh, very nice.
There we go.
Yeah.
You have to make a fez with headphones on it.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a little hard, a little tall.
That's
Yeah.
Paul,
that's quite the tassel.
this is kind of letter I got from another type pal. Then you can see that.
There we
Oh,
go.
there you go.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Cool. Typewriter
And-
people are so creative.
I know, huh?
Then the last page,
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, nice.
Very
that.
cool.
Horses.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I'm really happy that I got my hard drive working again, the one that burnt up, because I had just finished making a whole bunch of different custom letterheads, and all the originals were on that drive.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
I was like, I printed out 5 of each, and I was using those for my letters, but I was like, well, once these are gone.
Oh. But you fixed
But
it.
I salvaged them. I got them,
Yes.
almost all of them back.
That was
Unfortunately,
impressive.
That was the drive or the directory that I was writing to when it fried. So
Ah,
there's a bad sector there that I can't get to,
Yeah,
but rescued most of it. I'm pretty happy about that.
definitely, yes.
and if ever you go and take a look at onetypedpage.com, you'll see that a lot of the people put artwork on their pages, like cat paw prints and pictures of cats and
Mhm.
all palm trees and all sorts of other fun things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Rubber
Yeah.
stamps are fun too. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Especially
And
when Monkey sends you like 50 vintage rubber stamps. We got a package from Ted, and he threw some random stuff in there, including a bunch of these old rubber stamps. So that was cool.
That'll keep you busy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Be prepared to get my trash when I send you a box.
I went yard sailing yesterday all around how small town. They had the community-wide garage sale, and there was a few people there selling various rubber stamps, but none really appealed to me to be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very personal thing. We all have our personal taste and what we would want to use. So definitely.
The term I use is most of those were too seasonal or too artsy fartsy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, Paul, I do want to ask you how many typewriters you have.
Well, I live in a
If
very
you
small
care to
space,
admit.
so I'm really only permitted to have one. But right
Oh,
now
okay.
I have three.
Oh, okay.
So
Uh-huh.
I originally wanted to get the a Latera 35. I saw it on the My Brilliant Friend this series, and I just was like, that looks so elegant. I did get a Latera 37, which seems kind of rare, elite. But it said it needed some repairs, which I'm moderately good at. I can get things cleaned up or bent back into a line, but the carriage had fallen off. It was still attached to the spring, but a loose ball bearing in the package kind of told me that this was beyond my expertise. So that machine's going to go away. I was still determined to get the 35, and someone got back to me on one, so I went ahead and bought it. I see Christoph has one there up on his screen. That looks very much like the 35 that I did get. It cleaned up real well. Yeah, that's the identical machine there, same color and everything. I think that between the Contessa and the Latera, I always liked that steel case. I had a Selector for a while, and I really enjoy sort of the heavy aluminum shells. Reminds me of the Pathé Super 16 that I had for a while, and several other pieces of technology from that same era. But between typing on the Latera and the Contessa, the Contessa just kept winning out. I liked the keycaps on the Latera; those felt nice, but the action and the tabulator and the way the carriage moved, it was all just so much more refined. And I'm wondering why. I don't see a lot of love online for the for either the Contessa or the Latera, and I don't know if that's just because they're more modern machines, or there's maybe some snobbery about the innards.
It could be a combination, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
And I'm very, very happy with the Contessa. It's missing a handle from the case. So I'll probably maybe find a replacement, maybe a suitcase handle or something that can be jury-rigged onto there. I'm not too much for going back to restoration to an original design, but just like to make things functional and maintained as is.
Yeah.
I do got to say there were cracks on the housing for the Contessa, and Super Glue did a fantastic job on that. It's also attached to the bottom tray by these plastic, it's a molded plastic bottom with some posts, and in the posts are set some flat metal hooks, and then the frame attaches to those hooks. But two of the posts had snapped off, and I don't know whether that happened in transit or earlier, but they were rattling around in the case, and they did super glue back on very nicely.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Very good.
So I like that the older plastics tend to respond better to these melt solvents.
Okay.
The Contessa is a Triumph.
Triumph, yes. Sometimes also it's known as the what was the other name for Adler?
Adler, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they're branded Triumph, sometimes they're branded Adler, but they're all Triumph Adler. I guess they went through a merge at some point.
Yeah, I think Triumph merged into Adler, and then there was just Adler after that. I don't know if there was, I don't remember if there was, I've seen Adler Contessas. I guess I've seen Triumphs too.
I think that when I see an Adler, it tends to be made in Holland, and if it's a Triumph, it tends to be made in Germany.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
But I don't know that that's consistent.
Yeah, yeah.
I
That's,
would rely
usually-
on people with more expertise.
It's usually an age thing. At a certain point, all the production went to Holland. So you'll see some of them marked as Holland, some of them marked as Germany, but the German ones would be earlier before they moved the machinery to Holland. The only reason I think most people aren't really aware of the Contessas as far as using them is they're not really common. I've noticed in collections. I just don't think most people have experienced one. It's been hard for me to find one. I actually like them, but I've never actually owned one.
There's one in really good shape. I don't recall it was listed on eBay or Facebook. Oh, it's on Facebook Marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks to be in very good condition. It looks to be red, but again, photos being what they are, they took their pictures outdoors. It could have added a little blue to the pictures.
Yeah, I've seen them in orange and blue and.
Okay, yeah, I have orange, and I think there's actual red ones. I'm tempted because it is a QWERTY keyboard on there. But on the other hand, like I said, if I get one more typewriter showing up at the doorstep, there'll be hell to pay.
Oh,
but if
We've
it
all
looks
paid lots of
significant
hell.
enough like the other one, then you can just say it's that other one.
there you go.
So Adler is a German word, means eagle. So I
Mhm.
would guess that Adler started in Germany.
It did, yeah.
Okay,
Either that or have them shipped to a friend's place.
there you go.
That's not good.
Remember,
I think I would have to move out the two Lateras first.
Oh.
And I really feel like buying two machines, one QWERTY and one Quartz, is just being spoiled. If it was Elite, I might consider, or ideally script. I would love to have a script machine.
You got the same bug the rest of us do.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Paul, what do you typically type?
Let me turn up the volume here. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you typically type?
Letters. I mean, I did the. This is one of the things I'm thinking about. Is there's so many things. I mean, the journaling, which really I'm thinking letters to the deceased. I'm thinking now more of combining artwork with typing. The next thing I'm actually going to type is a letter to the mayor. We're working on trying to get a new development to follow the proper municipal code, and we've submitted over 200 email letters and through our petition site and so on. But actual letters to an office are much more impactful. And it's like a 10 or 20 to 1 ratio for somebody actually mailing a letter in. So the typewriter will be handy for that.
Yeah, there you go. That
Yeah.
sounds great. Put it to use.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It'll have quite a bit of shock value.
Yeah.
I remember probably I'd say it was about 6 years ago. There was quite a kerfuffle in American politics, but one of the art groups that I belonged to had a challenge that was, write your congressperson and include an illustration on the envelope. just that was the challenge. They didn't say one way or the other what your politics are. Just get involved with civics. And I did an illustration of our two senators, Dianne Feinstein and Kamala Harris. And I got a call back from Kamala Harris's office. She asked one of her aides to call me. She wanted to know who did it. It was a portrait of her on the outside of the envelope.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was quite a shock. Now she's VP.
I know, right? Wow, that's very cool.
So yeah, send a letter to your congressperson or the president, and you'll probably get a reply. I mean, I know when I was a kid, I sent a letter to Nixon asking why sales tax had increased in California. And I got a nice letter back from the White House saying, well, that's really a state issue.
Excellent. And speaking of childhood, do you have any like childhood memories of typewriters? Like what did you learn to type on?
Oh, I never learned to type, actually.
Okay, you're right there with me then.
I do remember my grandmother sitting me down. Sometimes I would spend, the weekend or holidays or whatever with her. I think, give the parents a break. But I remember she sat me down at her electric typewriter and said, you need to learn how to type. It's a skill that you'll always be able to use. And I completely failed at it, as little kids will, and I've regretted it ever since. I basically type with 6 fingers and a thumb.
Okay.
My son, when he was learning to type in school, watched me typing and said, "Dad, you only type with Control C and Control V and backspace." He can actually touch type.
Okay.
Yeah. But he also plays piano, so there's that.
Yeah.
Never too late to learn.
Yeah, true. I got myself a electric piano, but I lack discipline.
Yeah. And anything else new with you, Paul?
No, fun group.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, but I will have to depart soon. But
Okay.
lovely hearing all the people from all over the world talking about their passions.
I know, right? Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's so good seeing you, and I hope you join us again. And feel free to leave whenever you need to. And yeah. Okay. You don't have to stay here for the whole 4 hours.
Welcome to the club.
Yes.
And as far as typing letters, any type pal who says that he or she is accepting new pen pals are always enjoying getting a letter out of the blue from someone they've never met.
Exactly. Yeah.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Take care.
All right, Eric, how are you doing? It looks like you're hard at work on the typewriter.
Yeah, I am. I'm writing a letter.
Oh, cool. Very good.
Still got a few to catch up on.
Yeah. Any new typewriters or anything else new with you?
No new typewriters, but I did get a few new fountain pens.
Cool.
One of them is a vintage pen that I got from Peyton Street Pens. It was my first time buying from them, but I'm really happy with it. It's the brand is called Mondial, and I guess it's an Italian pen. I couldn't really find too much about them, but it has a really flexible nib, and it's beautiful. The camera doesn't really do it justice because it's a celluloid, but let's see if we can try to.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's like almost like a tortoise.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really nice, and it's a button filler, so the back comes off, and it's just like a push button.
Yeah.
Fills the pen.
And it works well?
Yeah, it works great.
Excellent.
Gore.
Now, at Peyton Street, do they? I assume they recondition the pens.
Yeah, they completely restore them. So
Okay.
like it's I think they polished it and everything. Like it looks practically brand new.
Yeah.
But it's from the 1930s, so it like
Wow.
holding it like it doesn't feel like it's from the 1930s, but it's really nice. And then they also sent me just like a free notebook with my order, which I wasn't expecting, and that was really nice. Just a nice fountain pen friendly paper. It's by a brand called Ayush, which is an
Okay.
Indian company, and I had heard of them, but I had never used this paper before. I actually really like it. If you've ever written in a Leuchtturm notebook, it's pretty similar to that. I feel like sort of like not super smooth, a little texture to it, but I actually really like the feeling of that paper. So
Excellent.
and the other pen that I got is this Leonardo Aurore. I actually already have one of these, but it's a different color, purple, in a different nib. So this one, I think I only was able to find it on Gold Spot Pen, so I don't know if it's like a just like a retailer exclusive or something, but the finish really caught my eye, so I had to get it.
Excellent.
I do have one quick question for the various fountain pen aficionados in this group. In her last letter to me, Kimberly was talking about it's the same as writing with a nicely weighted fountain pen, one that's not too back heavy. Can anybody kind of explain what that terminology means?
Yeah, so a really nice pen, like for me anyway, is going to almost feel like it just wants to touch the paper. But some pens don't have very nice even weight distribution, and so like when you're writing with them, the back might feel kind of like it's dragging like the pen away from the paper. So
okay.
In general, you want to have a pen that really just it feels effortless to write with. I hope that describes it. It's I guess it's kind of like one of those situations where it's just like you know when you know. Like
if it's too heavy in the back, then it doesn't feel balanced in your hand.
Yeah.
Now you're fighting the balance as well as writing. But if it is balanced right, it kind of sits in, and the weight. I like them personally. I like them heavy and thick ones for my hand. So if you do that, then it just kind of settles in your hand. You don't have to worry about the balance.
So can anybody give a kind of weight in grams as to what a good pen should be? I imagine that would depend also on the size and strength of your hands. Like I have hands that take a 2XL glove and wear a size 13 wedding ring. I've got mechanics' hands and farmers' hands.
It really depends on the person.
Yeah.
I know a light pen is considered like under 20 grams, and like the heavier ones are considered like 40 grams, and there's some that like are brass or other metals that are like even as much as 60 grams, and that's considered a very, very heavy pen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's okay. So that does kind of give me a weight range to work with.
And you don't always have to post the pen. So I have some pens that if you post them, they just get off balance or even just feel too long. And so I'll just write without posting it. And sometimes that's
posting is when you put the cap on the back end.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I've got this really big pen. For me anyway, it's really big, but it's a Santini Italia Libra, and when you post this pen, like it does post well, like it posts deeply, but it gets really long.
Yeah.
So for me, like I don't really post this pen because it's just like I wouldn't say my hands are small, but they're not really big either. So for me, it's a lot more comfortable to just write it with it unposted.
Okay.
I never post my pens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just use them without a cap.
Without the cap.
What does posted mean?
So it's just when you put the cap on the back of the pen to
No.
just like rest on the back.
Huh.
As opposed to how you get your pen from your place to your friend's place half across the country.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's mailed, not posted in this.
Yes, yes.
I would say posting also is a way to get ink on your face. If you have a nib that tends to leak a little bit of ink into the cap, and then you post it on the back, then you take it off later and touch it to your mouth.
Oh,
you got
yeah.
ink on your face.
Or if you have a pen that is a piston filler and you put the cap on the back, and then like when you go to take it off, it like gets stuck, and then you squirt ink everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or when a bunch of youth start a fountain pen gang, they'll change the terminology and call it back capping or something crazy like that.
Eric, what size nib do you use?
I use all different kinds. I guess I would say I gravitate more towards fine and mediums, but I have a few broad nibs. But my handwriting isn't gigantic, so I usually gravitate more towards like a Western fine.
Yeah, I like a thicker fine too. Thin. I like it medium, but sometimes when I'm writing in my planner or whatever, it just takes up too much space.
What would be the difference between a thicker fine and a medium?
It's like a ballpoint if you think of just the difference between those. It's a little bit bolder with a medium than with a fine.
Yeah, like the variation from company to company can be kind of a factor too. Like Pelikan is a German manufacturer, and I've always found that their nib sizes are like you have to go one up. So their mediums are really more like a broad, and their fines are really more like a medium. So it kind of like a situation where your mileage will vary.
So that would be like a thicker fine. It's closer to a medium, and you would call it I get it now.
And isn't it true that the Japanese sizings are generally smaller than the Germans? And it might have to do with the kanji character that they write with. They need finer strokes on the pen.
Yeah, and also the height that they actually write with the pen. So sometimes the nib is ground with that in mind, that they'll probably be writing with a higher writing angle.
That was a Pelikan you just had.
Oh yeah.
So those write really good. I like the way the Pelikans write. I've got several of them. They do nibs right.
Yeah, but they crap on your car. Sorry.
I have several Pelikans, and they're all fantastic. I've never had a bad experience with a Pelikan pen. Their quality control is really consistent. The only thing is just, you have to keep in mind the nib size. If you really want an extra fine, then actually if you want an extra fine, probably don't go with the Pelikan. But like if you really want a medium, probably go with the fine. If you really want, a broad, go with the medium. So
yeah.
But again, your mileage will vary.
Yeah, it's really a matter of taste, definitely. Yeah, I think that's part of the joy of fountain pens is there's far many more choices than with like ballpoints or gel pens. So you can really usually tweak it to how you really want it. So that's
and even though we're not in the heyday of like when fountain pens were like that was like pretty much your only choice, where they were more ubiquitous. I feel like this is really more of the golden age of fountain pens because there is just so much choice out there, like, and because it is such a niche hobby, relatively, there's just a lot of things to experiment with and try out, and like so many different ink choices, and just there's a lot to get into. So it's a fun hobby.
Yeah,
it has certainly blossomed since I got my first fountain pen, and now lots of people turn their own, and you can get the parts and make your own. So you see a lot more people selling their own creations.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Eric, what do you think of the Jinhaos and some of the other Chinese-made pens now?
I like them. My first fountain pen was a Jinhao X450. I don't have those anymore, but I do have a couple of Jinhao 100 Centennial pens, which are made to look like the Parker dual folds, and they're made out of an acrylic material, and I think they're really nice looking pens, and their nibs are a little hit or miss, but they're a standard number 6 size nib, and you can find replacements really easy. So I got a few nibs from Goulet Pens. They're just like regular stock Yovo nibs, and they're pretty easy to change out. So that's what I did, and it makes a $15 pen feel like a $100 pen.
Yeah.
Nice.
So has anybody here had any experience with the old, they used to call them the Schaefer no nonsense fountain pen?
I got a couple.
And what's your what? And
They're fines, but they're pretty good. They write reasonably well. As a left-handed, I don't have any problems with them.
okay,
So
I'm left-handed too.
I had to use the Schaefer in grade school. I went to a Waldorf school in Sacramento, and at a certain point, the grade school would shift you from crayons to Derwent colored pencils to fountain pens. So around the 5th grade, we started using fountain pens, and the Schaefer cartridge fill was the standard issue, either medium or fine nib. Most of the girls went for the fine nib because they had a little more round hand. I like the fine nib because I don't know, it's my preference. I don't like when the pens have broad or a bleed, so a lot less bleeding with a fine point. Excellent pen. They came in plastic with a bunch of different colors, and of course everybody's trading around, want their favorite colors. But I haven't seen them made recently or even available recently.
they're not.
I think yeah.
Those are the pens I bought when I first came to Canada back in the early 1980s. I also ended up using those pens through my college years in the late 1980s. I still have them around, still write with them now and then.
I think they've gone to a disposable they call the Preppy.
Yeah.
I think the Lamy Safari might be the most comparable in sort of feel and size and price.
Okay.
I have a Lamy, but I went to a Pilot. I don't remember the name of it. It's a
Metropolitan.
The Metropolitan, yeah. And I think that's just a real centered, well-balanced pen, probably sized for every hand. It's probably the best all-round pen and best price point I've seen.
Yeah, Pilot is another company that I've never had one that I didn't like. They're also really consistent with their quality control and everything.
And their nibs are much smoother than the Lamys. The Lamy starts feeling like a nail after the after the Pilot.
Definitely. Oh, what do you have there, Bill? You're muted.
Fountain pens.
Yeah.
Got a Lamy Safari and a Pilot Metropolitan.
Fountain pens, hey!
Hey!
Is that the Lamy Terra?
This is the Lamy Safari and the Pilot Metropolitan. It was surprising.
Put your mic down.
The 2 pens
Bill, put your mic down.
Sorry.
There you go.
It was just surprising because those were the 2 pens that I happened to own. So I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Very cool.
And they're both like in need of being cleaned now because I haven't used them in some time. So I switched back to using pencils.
I know.
I've got way too many fountain pens inked right now.
Yeah.
I usually try to keep it to 3, but I've got I think 9 inked right now.
That's not too many.
I got mine down to 12, so.
And you're able to keep them all like fluid. You write with them enough to keep
I
the
do.
ink flowing.
What I do,
I try to.
like in a notebook, I have a notebook it's like a junk notebook. It's like super cheap, and so all I do is like with each pen, I just go through and write the quick brown fox. I don't even write the whole thing. I just write the quick brown fox just to make sure the ink is still flowing.
I do the same
Gregory,
thing.
do you do the thing with the like the way when the president signs a bill, he does a couple letters with a pen and then switches to another pen? And you could just do that, you know.
I'm at about 30 pens inked, and
Oh, wow.
if I'm on a roll,
Oh,
I use
gosh.
them all.
Oh my goodness!
About how long would you say it takes you to get through a fill on those pens?
How long does the ink last?
Ooh.
Are you still
I
there,
think it was
Roger?
Roger.
Yeah. Well, reasonably long. It's about 1 or 2 months.
Okay. Wow.
This is the there's the Metropolitan. It's got a little hard to see there, but yeah, nice nib. And then I've put the put a filler into it. That I don't particularly care for these because there's so much screw here that you actually lose places to put the ink. I would rather have just a regular cassette
Those,
and then fill it with
those
a dropper.
fit the Con 70, don't they? Or
yeah,
that would have a bigger ink capacity. It's like a push button.
Yeah,
it's
I
the
hate
same,
cleaning
same with
those.
this one.
So the advantage
those?
you can try different.
They're a pain.
What I do, Diane, to clean those is I'll take like an ink syringe and I'll just shoot water into it, and that is a lot quicker. But I agree, it is kind of a pain to clean those.
I sit there, do.
Yeah.
I
Do
tend to
you
not use those.
do you have an ink syringe, like a blunt tip syringe?
I probably do, yeah.
Yeah, I've got one right over here.
And next time you visit the doctor, ask them for a pipette.
Well, you can get these
There
from
you go.
Relay Pens, but it's just
Yeah.
like a plastic syringe, and this goes on top of it, and so it's just like blunt, so it's not pointy.
Yeah.
But you just fill that up with some distilled water and just squirt it right into the Con 70, like into the back end, and it shoots all the ink out probably in one fill of these, and it's a lot.
The back end?
Yes. So, well, the part where you have the hole.
For the ink to go in.
Yeah.
So you take out the converter and
right.
put the needle
Yeah,
in
so-
and squirt the water into the converter.
Right. So take the converter out of the pen and then squirt it, into the hole. It
take
shoots
it
out all the
way
ink.
out and do
Yes.
it. Okay.
Right.
I'm like thinking, what?
Yeah. This one's the Parker. I liked it because it looks a lot like the ballpoint. It's a stainless steel.
You know what model that is?
Yeah, it's a Parker Vector, right?
Yeah, Vector.
Oh, okay, Vector.
It's got a little sort of brass styled nib. Good writer, good general writer. A little bit small if you got big hands. Posts very well, very solid.
Is that refillable?
And I've put in this is a plunger refiller, so this actually just moves back and forth. And they put this little ball bearing in there so that it keeps the ink from bubbling up and staying at the top.
Little agitator.
Yeah, a little agitator. Now that does consume some volume for ink. Again, I would rather, have the whole length filled with ink. And then if I found it was running dry, I would just give it a little flick and that would bring the bubble up to the top.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That's it.
I got some old ones. These are probably off from the 30s or so.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And I've got also these. So I don't use these. I was at one point, but I just got too many. And these are what I started doing was I was collecting them at places. So this is one of.
Oh wow.
That's quite a collection.
Yeah,
Some pelicans.
This is so what I started doing was that's not even half of it. I got,
Hey, Rich, did I show you my 2 pens?
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
So what happened, and I've got the real nice pens aren't in here. I keep them in separate places, but I started buying them at flea markets, and I kept finding them, you know, every once in a while. But then when we traveled, we've been to an awful lot of countries. We would always go to a flea market and thrift stores wherever we went, and I'd look for a fountain pen. So a lot of these are pens from certain cities or countries, and I remember where I was when I got them. So and in some cases, I even wrote down on them. Like I realized I didn't like the Lamy Safaris at first, but then I realized they were easy to find, and they actually did write well. So when I started getting them, this one is from Iceland. So I put Iceland on it. I don't think you can read that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So and I did that to some of these. I got a green one from Dublin, a blue one in Tromsø, Norway, and I mean I got a lot of destination pens that I would find. So if I couldn't find a vintage one, I would go to find a pen store and get something relatively cheap that worked well. And so I ended up, and there's this is together. This is probably about 2/3. I got a box full of some other ones from countries, and then I've got some nice ones like the Mont Blancs and a couple other Nicholas pen and stuff like that. We went to South America and went around the Cape, and so I came back and I found a pen with that logo on it, and it's kind of cool. And I buy them when they're expensive. I tend to buy them used. Wait till I find a good price on them somewhere.
Yeah.
Some are hard to find, so it takes a while.
Yeah.
So I guess I have a couple.
I have a question for you though, Rich. Do you have anything to write with?
You know, that's a funny thing because my wife gets upset when she needs to take a note and I don't have ink and a pen. She says, "Why do you buy these things? Well, I don't ink them all, you know." Yeah,
That's funny. Between pens and typewriters, I think you're all set.
Yeah, I should communicate more, huh?
Very cool. Well, Eric, anything else new with you as you take a drink?
No, not really.
Okay.
Just working, lots of weddings.
Yes, it's that month.
Yep.
Weddings.
Yesterday, I did a wedding at a venue that I'm at quite often, but the pollen was super bad here, like probably worse than I've ever seen. And we wear all black for sort of like our uniform for the weddings, and I was like photographing the ceremony, and like I'm just looking at my camera, and it's just covered in pollen dust, and then I look down and my shirt is just covered in pollen, and I'm like doing this, and it's just like clouds. Like I got back to my car, and I could barely get out of the parking lot because there's so much pollen on my back windshield that I couldn't see anything.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that's crazy. I know a few years ago we went up to Big Bear, and we parked our car, and we were staying at this little bed and breakfast, I guess it was. And we went out the next morning, and our car was covered in pollen. We're like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine that would be bad for camera lenses.
Well, they're weather sealed, so
Okay.
it should be fine. I'll probably blow it off with some compressed air.
Yeah.
before the next time I use it. But it was funny because I was looking over at the DJ who was doing like the audio for the ceremony, and like during the ceremony, I had to see him like brushing off his setup with like a dry paintbrush.
Oh. Oh man.
Yeah. we were talking about it at dinner. We were like, oh, I can't wait to get home and take a shower and see how yellow the water is.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's good seeing you, Eric.
You as well. Good to see everybody.
All right. Ted, how are you doing?
Is
Hey,
there
Ted.
someone?
Calling Ted.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm doing fine. I think I've already told you everything that I've done.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm writing a letter and making a CD and got stuff off my hard drive, which I'm very happy about,
Yes. Yes.
including my manuscript for the Royal Diana and Administrator, which I'm super happy I didn't lose all that work.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
But that's about it. I mean, I'm
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, I love that.
doing my thing.
I love that new letterhead you have there. That's awesome.
Did you get that one, or did I send you the other one?
I got the other one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to write you another letter with this one. So-
Let me catch up first. I'm putting together.
No, just bury him. Just send him a ton of stuff.
I did get your postcard.
Excellent.
Your postcard from
It
There you go.
made it through the mail, huh?
Yep,
I
it
typed
did make
right.
it through the mail.
Is
It's a
it
Type
super
Pals
light?
postcard.
Did you make that postcard, Gregory?
Yes.
Cool.
Did.
Well,
Very nice.
not by hand on a computer.
Well, but you designed it and had
Yes.
it printed.
Yes.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. So basically, what that is I'm working on a typewriter friendly postcard. So that's what that was. It's a lighter paper.
It's nice and thin. It goes around the
Mhm.
Yeah.
platen.
Yeah.
It
Or-
just doesn't type very well on it.
Yeah.
It's like really gray.
Yeah. So I'm not happy about that because now when I ordered it, it said that it was matte. So yeah, I would say it's matte, but
It's still coated.
yeah, it's still
That's the
coated.
problem. It's very thickly coated, so it's
Yeah.
it doesn't absorb ink very well, or
Yeah.
at least not typewriter ink.
Yeah. And I
Gregory,
have,
what program did you use to illustrate it with?
that was done on a wonderful website that we use for work all the time. And again, I work at a library. It's canva.com. I highly recommend it. Oh my goodness. I know Photoshop and I'm okay in Illustrator and all that. But if you just want to hammer something out like super quick, canva.com and
So it's like basic drawing tools online then through their site?
yeah, and it's,
Huh,
it's
cool.
super easy. So even if you don't have artistic ability, they have like tons of templates that you can use and just replace the pictures and text, and or you can start from scratch. And they have tons of clip art. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
I just use Microsoft Paint.
yeah, yeah.
It works.
Never works, right?
It works,
Yep. You know-
just barely, but it works.
For fancy stuff, I'll use Inkscape sometimes.
Inkscape is excellent. That's a good option, open source option.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Got a cat cam.
Yes. Yes.
See Ted's screen.
Type cat.
Is this Bowie?
Yeah.
No, this is Boomer.
Oh, Boomer. Okay.
Let me put her in the main camera here. Oh, it's so backed up.
Yeah.
It's very spicy today.
Aw, the sweet cat.
when we had a cat, we could not handle him like that.
It depends on the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My parents have a couple of cats that they'll let you do anything to them. Like they're so docile.
Yeah.
Well, this one's not exactly docile, but she does not mind being manhandled.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's got spicy mittens, though.
I definitely got to the point where I could tell, like I'd be petting our cat, and I could tell when he had had enough. You would feel like his body tense up, and it's like, okay, I'm done.
It's like I like exactly 3 pets, and then I
Yes.
bite.
Yes.
And then you're stopping.
And you may remember last week we were cat sitting for 10 cats.
Oh yeah.
That was interesting. It was a very, very interesting blend of cats. You had everything from this one cat, a long-haired cat, which I don't usually like, but this cat was so super affectionate and had the cutest little voice. I seriously wanted to bring him home. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, there was the cat that was locked in a bedroom, and when you go in there, it hides under the bed. Well, it turns out that this cat, and we were informed not to touch that cat ever. So it turns out that not even the people that own that cat, they've had it for 6 years, they've never been able to touch it. So it's like, wow.
What happens when you try to touch it?
It attacks you.
It explodes.
Yeah.
You go to the hospital.
I think that's what happened to her. It's my wife's best friend. She gets most of these cats as rescues, and some of them, well, probably quite a few of them are feral. So she basically got scratched by one of them when they were moving houses, and her whole arm swelled up, and she had to go to the hospital for it. It's like, wow.
It's a very committed cat owner to keep and raise a cat that is just awful.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it's not the cat's fault.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's got to be some interesting smells with 10 cats, though.
Yeah.
But it's surprising. I was surprised that the house doesn't smell or anything. So I mean, she has these big bins that she uses for litter boxes. So
like child sandbox size.
Yeah.
Kiddie pools full of sand.
Yeah, there you go. Practically.
It takes some doing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
A couple
I
of
know,
dogs
Diane,
will keep the sandbox empty.
Yeah. I think, Diane, you have 5 cats?
7.
Oh, 7. Oh, so you're pretty close to that. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Are they
man.
all indoors, Diane?
Yes.
Wow.
So,
They
Gregory,
didn't all
this
start that way.
Okay.
You invited them in.
Gregory.
Some were invited in, some were born in.
Okay. You
This-
had a question, William?
Yes, this site is that Canver, as in Canver, or the first part of Canvas?
Canva.
Okay.
First part of Canvas.
Yeah, I used to use that site for some of the marketing stuff at work.
Yeah, it's insanely easy. So I highly recommend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's another place, like if you're mainly looking to print, I don't know if you've heard of Vistaprint, but they have a lot of templates and stuff like that too that you can use.
Yeah.
And I also noticed on one type page that several people are now using a website called, I think it's kettle.com, to create letterheads.
Interesting.
I haven't
That's
heard of it.
vintage style logos, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like you can do shape text and the kind of letterheads that you see on old typewriter company things where they have their name inside of a picture and it's like a banner that wraps around, and apparently that software does that.
Wait,
I
what
haven't
is
used
it?
it, but
What's it called?
I don't know. I just know what it does.
I believe, yeah, I believe it's Kittle, KITTLE.com.
Okay.
Check it out.
Like Kevin Kittle?
I don't know. Don't know him.
Maybe it's Joe's friend.
I know. He has a secret business. Excellent. Well, Ted, I know we were on you, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I enjoy being here. That's why I come here.
Excellent.
It doesn't have anything to do with that, piece of evidence you have hanging over me. It's safe.
Very good.
Well, I got to get going, guys, but it was great chatting.
All right.
Yeah,
excellent.
likewise.
Good to see you again, Eric.
Have a good one.
Eric.
Eric always has something interesting to add, doesn't he?
He does, yes. yes.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Eric. I'll
Okay,
get your
take care.
postcard.
Have a
Hang
great
in there
week.
with all the
All
weddings.
right, I got a letter coming to your way, Diane, soon. So I'll see you all later.
All right. And Joe, how are you doing?
I am doing good. Thank you. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Have you gotten the package from me yet?
I did, yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Did it arrive okay?
It did. And I
Oh, yeah.
love the little case you made. Oh, my goodness.
Well, okay. So I sent Gregory a microcassette tape letter, and the tape was the same one that you had sent me. But in the process of it being on my table, it fell off and I rolled over the little plastic case with my chair, which of course broke it. And those things are really fragile. So I decided to make my own case out of cardboard. And yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Can't really make it out. There we go.
Yes. And so I just made a simple A side, B side of the tape label to indicate I'll do recordings on one side and you do the other. This is kind of like what Ted and I have done in the past also for tape exchange letters.
So these are like podcasts?
The way I do it is I take a microcassette player and sometimes I'll just sit around and do a half hour of talking, but other times I'll take it with me, like driving in the car and walking around, and you try to capture location sounds along with whatever you're saying so that the person kind of is vicariously with you more so. It's easier for them to picture where you're at, and you might get the sound of traffic in the background or people talking in a restaurant or whatever, I kind of like to do like sometimes the sound of opening a door and closing it and opening the car door and then starting the car. If you think about how you would edit video in terms of a montage, right? To build a scene up, you could kind of do that just with sounds. So
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to do that.
What I loved about it was I feel like I was getting a behind the scenes, not look, but
yeah,
hearing it because you recorded at least part of it while you were out doing the Zorky photos.
Oh yes, I was.
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. That was fun.
Yeah,
well,
really cool.
You mentioned podcasts, right? And I love those kind of NPR, National Public Radio style radio productions that are done really well with, background music, sound effects, a well-written script. It takes up a certain amount of time. It's not too lengthy. But now we have podcasts where people basically are talking for an hour and a half and there's no editing of that. You know what I mean? So someday maybe I'd like to do something like with audio, like a show, but I would want it to be more succinct and a little less talky, like something that you wouldn't feel like, oh God, I have to sit through an hour and a half of this crap to get to like 5 minutes of good stuff,
You have to
I mean, but it takes a little bit of editing to do that, right? It takes a little time to do that. So anyways,
Well,
but go ahead.
I do invite you, by the way, to record a little audio segment for the podcast.
Yes, I want to do that. I actually do, really do. That's one thing I want to start doing more so as I later in the year and beyond that when I hopefully retire. But
Yeah.
I was going to mention to you guys, I actually haven't typed on my Calibri in a while. And I'm sitting here and I decided I could take the case, which, the little latch is kind of inconvenient to sit the typewriter on. So you just turn the case upside down and it makes a nice lap typing platform. But then I realized that there was a little thing I had on this Calibri, and you might notice this little piece of cardboard that says, "Don't ask." Okay, what this was, and you're thinking, oh, Joe, what are you doing now? This was an idea for keeping my pinky from hitting the shift lock key. Because the keyboard on this is a little crowded, right? And I always have the problem of the shift lock. And so the idea is this is like a shield. And when I'm typing the A key with my pinky, it sort of just slides off of it a little bit more. I don't know if it really works, but it was a humorous little thing that I just noticed that I had done the last time I used this. So
Creativity comes in all forms.
yeah, it's questionable.
Well, that's
sketchy.
I like that though. That's pretty fun.
The Corona Zephyr that I have has fixes that problem by you have to shove the shift key over to do it.
Oh, okay. Just bend it over.
Yeah, you have to push it down into the side. And then
Oh, okay.
it locks.
Oh, nice.
There's only one button for it because you'd have the same problem to be too close to the other keys.
Right. Yeah. I noticed my KMM is one of the few typewriters where I really don't have that problem at all because the shift lock is like halfway up between the A and the Q.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's really a lot better. I was also going to show you just, this is like nothing. This is just talking, but I've been cutting this newsprint paper. This is like this artist newsprint paper. That's the smooth variety. There's a coarse and a smooth. Anyway, you guys see me talk about this before, but it comes in a giant art tablet, right? And I cut it down to 6 by 8 inches or whatever. But I just keep a little pack of this on a cardboard thing, and then I keep an extra binder clip for weighting the paper down when it's in my typewriter and it's windy outside, right? And the problem is, though, if you start off with, on the back of the paper, the bottom of the paper, and as you type, the clip goes down toward the platen. And then if you forget it, it'll jam the typewriter. So that's why you need a bright red clip. That from happening, right? So anyways, yeah, that's silly.
Joe,
yes.
we had talked about the thing with the jumping keys a few weeks ago on my Corona, and I've been watching, and yes, I'm bumping the shift lock, and it's the only key that jumps.
Yes, very good. Yes.
I just I haven't done anything like what you've got there. I just have to make sure that I lift up my fingers if I'm typing for somebody else, if I'm just rambling along, but if I'm doing it for somebody else, yeah, that's the problem. So
good. I'm
glad
glad
me
you
into
found
that.
it.
And
Well,
the
it's sort
binder
of like-
clip thing. I do
It's
the
an
binder clip
ongoing,
thing.
yes, it's an ongoing thing with me. Like, it's just something I know I do. And one solution was to touch type with my right hand and finger peck with my left hand, which works. I can actually type pretty fast, but you have to look at the keyboard. You can't, look at your paper and do that because your left hand doesn't know where it's going. So it's not really touch typing. It's basically a version of pecking at the typewriter. So chicken pecking, is that what you called it, Gregory?
Yeah.
I don't know. I still have a problem with that.
When I was in England some years ago, I was typing at a computer, and they wanted to know if it was a chicken dancing on the keys because I type very fast. But on a computer, of course, it's that you don't have the movement of the carriage. So it's like clack, 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 clack. And one of the best business names I saw, which I was bummed when I was looking for a business. Have you seen? It's called Hunt and Peck, and it's a typewriter business, and they've got like a little logo of a circle with a rooster and a chicken. And oh, that is so perfect.
That's great.
That's like the perfect business name for
that
a
is.
typewriter thing.
Although when people call it hunt and pecking, I usually say that I know where all the keys are, so I'm not really hunting. I'm just pecking,
True, yeah.
There's no hunting involved. I know where the H is and the E.
Where's the L? You already know where it is.
Yeah. I've seen some amazing two-finger typing. There's another typewriter poet who's up here. Now they are down in California. And there was a video that somebody made of them. And it kind of came in from the top, and they were on a 3-bank of some sort. It was really beautiful. Like, it comes in and it rolls around, and there's firelight and Buddhas and everything. And they were just, and I was amazed.
Yes, it is amazing how fast you can do it by looking at the keys, looking at your fingers, like what you're not supposed to do in typing class, right?
Yeah.
They didn't want you to look at your fingers. May, do you have a good typing technique there? Do you? Yes. So you have perfect touch typing, right?
Learned, yes, and I liked typing class a lot. So.
And you don't look at your fingers; you look at your work.
I look at my work, and when I hit the A key, sometimes I do look down because I miss it a lot.
Yeah,
like you said, my finger, that A key on the open keyboard.
That's
you know,
right.
a
Well,
James
if you're a touch
Hannigan there.
typist, that's why you're gravitating towards Typewriter Electrics lately.
That's
Yeah.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So much
Yeah,
easier on the
that's a good
fingers.
point, Brian, because those, you know, the keystroke travel is much shorter.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can touch type on a Selectric, but I have a really hard time doing it on a manual machine with a lot of throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you need the extra characters like the apostrophe, you know, that's in different places than modern
Yeah.
computers, I do have to look at the keyboard. to
So
remind
do you
myself.
guys, this is kind of related to that, but do you guys like the I call it 1960s style typewriters, like the 6 Series Smith Coronas and some of the Royal Safari or whatever, where they have a plastic bezel where the plastic keycaps come up through holes. So there's no gap between the keys. Like, you know, with this style keyboard, you have all the room between that you can
Yeah.
lose
You
a
can poke
finger
your
in,
fingers
right?
through there. Yeah.
You know, do you find
Torn
that
out some
modern,
cuticles that way.
yeah, do you find that modern style with the bezel helps you a little bit, or is it doesn't make any
Definitely.
I
difference?
don't think so.
I still
No.
mistype, but it's
Doesn't make any
easier.
difference to me.
Yeah.
I usually hit another key that's not the one I
More
meant to
quickly.
hit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's just as dark as, you know, like when you make a mistake on a manual typewriter, it's usually lighter and easier
Yeah.
to correct. When an electric typewriter is just as dark.
It's just as dark, yeah. Well, the thing with the manual is you can pull your finger back at the last minute, the last second, if you realize you're hitting it, and then you sort of half hit it, and then, like you say, it's easier to correct for. I think I've made good progress though in terms of my my own hang up about corrections. Like I used to be really picky about I have to correct every little mistake, and then when you start using different colored paper, you realize that correction tape is bright white and it only works good on bright white paper, which usually isn't good typing paper. It's usually like printer paper, whatever, fax paper or whatever, not fax, but you know, inkjet paper. So I've gotten better I like the typewriters with 1.5 line spacing, so that you have a little bit of room to type corrections above your line in the gap.
That's all
I wish the older 5 Series Smith Coronas had 1.5 line spacing. You know, that would be perfect. But anyways,
it's the perfect line spacing.
It is. Anyway, so I'm getting better about just Xing something out, typing above it. And I think last week I was also doing this crazy thing where, you know how I think it's the Selector 2 or 3, it has a wider carbon ribbon in it, and it prints the letters in a zigzag fashion up and down. Okay.
The 2 does that.
Yeah, the 2, I guess. I started practicing doing that with a manual typewriter on paper just to see what it looks like. And it's a pain in the butt, of course, because you got to like go up and backspace and then go down and, you know, turn your platen but it is kind of fun. It's something to try. Yeah. I don't know if it's like readable, it's legible. Yeah.
Oh, you mean you made it on the paper?
On the paper, yeah, just to do it. Almost like if you were doing a transposition cipher where you type the plain text in a certain pattern and then copy it off in a different way. Yeah.
Yeah. You're so
try that. Type a letter to somebody that way and see what they think.
Oh boy.
Probably a little bit frustrated.
Yeah. Joe, I'm not going to reply to your letter, except don't ever send me that again.
It would be really neat, and I don't know, this might be what you just said, but having like a page with holes cut out of it. Like every third letter. And
like a grill.
So you'd have to move it over one. You'd read the whole page of stuff that's three spaces apart. Then you have to move it over one hole to read the next page.
Oh, I like that idea. That's really good.
So when you saw it by itself, it'd be every third letter would make sense, but you couldn't parse it without the grill.
No, I like that. That's very cool.
And it says,
my mama's got one of those Cricut vinyl cutting machines. I should have her do that.
Yeah, there you go.
You should do that and show us the
results. Grill, then I'll type it.
That's your assignment, Brian. Is
my project for next week.
Yes.
What were you saying, Rich?
I said at the end when you decipher it, it'll say "Drink your Ovaltine."
Yes. I love that reference.
No,
Meet me at the Russian embassy. Yes. Meet me in the park across from the Russian embassy at 3 p.m. Wear a dark hat and sunglasses.
Yeah.
And a brown bag.
And a brown bag, yeah.
Anyways,
and bring a micro cassette tape.
No cops.
No cops. That's right. Or I'm gone. I'm out of here.
Both of you said something about making mistakes, and I think May said that you have the ability to. It'll be lighter if you make because you can hold back, and you said you can pull it back too.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is when you're typing, and I'm a trained typist too, but it's like when you're moving along without looking, you know you made a mistake. You know when you've made a mistake. So the question is, how come I know when I made a mistake, but why don't I know it before I make the mistake? You were right. That's I don't know.
Yes.
You're like that.
There is a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah.
That is funny. Yep.
Bill, you wanted to say something.
Well, just a quick comment question based on the conversation you and Joe were just having. I don't know if others would be interested or not, and not to create more work for you, Gregory, but an interesting data field in the Type Pals list might be media accepted. Like if I knew, I don't have microcassette, but I have cassette, player ability. If I knew somebody could play a cassette or a CD or whatever, I would probably be tempted to put something together for them to go along with the letter, But I realized most people don't still have like a cassette deck. A lot of people don't still have a CD player these days. But in this group, it seems like everybody has a little bit of something.
I would suggest a good medium is something I received from somebody last year, is a micro SD card. And they took a micro. They had the. I don't know if you see this super thin corrugated cardboard. It's like maybe 1.5 millimeters thick, right? They cut out a piece of cardboard like that. They cut out a window in the middle of it, and they put a micro SD card with a piece of aluminum foil on both sides, and put it in an envelope and mailed it first class.
Huh.
And, theoretically, first class mail is supposed to roll through the rollers of the machine, right? But somehow it made it without any extra postage being needed. But anyways, you could put gigabytes of video, audio clips or whatever on a micro SD card, text files, right? And they take up almost no room at all.
And you had a way to play, that?
Yeah, if you take a number 10 envelope, you could stick it in the very corner of the envelope inside, or almost tape it in there and along with a letter, where it would almost roll through the machine almost without any problem because it's so small, right?
Or you can even take that and put it in an email and send it.
Yeah. You could do that too. But I mean, a combination of, like if you're sending, like, let's say 2 hours of 4K video to somebody,
true,
right?
Yeah.
You really don't want to email. You can't email that a gigabytes of video, right? Without a FTP, server kind of thing, right? So,
or like Google Drive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but then it takes the upload speed, right? It depends
Or
on
you
your
could
upload
take
speed.
like an old 80 meg hard drive and IDE hard drive and put it in a 5-pound mailer. And
there you go.
Well, there was
MFM drive.
There was actually a time when internet speeds were slow enough that it was faster to mail hard drives than to try to.
I was looking at something the other day. It's when they were measuring the size of the Earth. They measured the difference between light coming from a star from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, and they had to do very precise timings and send all the data, send the hard drives in the mail, or by courier or something.
Yeah.
Right.
It was so much data, gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes a day, terabytes. And the only way to do it was to send the hard drives in the mail to a central place and process it all.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to show the letter that Joe sent.
Yeah, that's right.
Make myself big here. All right, so you ready?
Uh-huh.
It's the letter, and it's not a short letter.
Oh,
it's microfiche.
Can you read it?
Yeah.
So it's a typewritten letter that I photographed with my iPhone, and then I I sent it via Bluetooth to a Polaroid zinc printer.
Oh,
The zinc
yeah.
printer makes these little credit card size thermal color pictures.
Wow.
And you can actually read it with a magnifying glass or good eyes
That's
still.
great.
Well, fortunately, let me keep myself off spotlight here. Fortunately, I recently got these progressive lenses, so I was actually able to read it, and my wife was laughing the whole time.
Well, here's the really silly part about it, and I told my wife this. The envelope that I put the whole thing in was big enough. I could have put the regular letter in, not the little, I don't know what the minimal size package is that you can mail
Yeah, I don't know.
through the U.S. postal system, but it would be nice to have something the size of a micro cassette that they would accept.
Or
you know?
the size of a stamp, size of a big stamp.
Yeah, right. Is that it? Is that the minimal size?
The envelope on the back of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they should allow that. I don't know.
I know when I've ordered things from China, they sometimes send it in a very, very small package. They usually want to send it in as small of a package as possible. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, well, I'm glad you got the letter, and it does have a peel off thing on the back.
Yeah.
You can stick it on something. So.
I have to figure out where to stick it.
Yes.
You should have sent him a regular cassette and then stuck that on the like case that comes on.
That would actually work a lot better. It would.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's the other thing about sending people media that they might not be able to read, is it forces them to go out and get a player.
Exactly.
Oh yes, that's true.
Yeah.
You can encourage people to do retro stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how about sending people stuff on a 5 1/4 inch floppy?
Oh boy.
Can you do an 8-inch floppy?
Oh, yeah. They had those on the computers in my high school.
Yeah.
Grade school. They had Tandy 3s or what they were, but they had the big 8-inch floppies upright.
Yeah. Model 2s had the 8-inch
okay.
floppies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I could send you like a CPM formatted 180K 5 1/4 floppy. If you had a CPM machine hanging around.
I do.
You got a K Pro?
No, I've got that Epson. No, not Epson. I forget what
Osborne?
it is. The PX8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
that's
doesn't
CPU.
have floppy drives, does it?
No.
Yeah.
I have to get some special cables made to adapt a hard drive to it.
No, a floppy drive. You'll need a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive. 180K.
Okay.
There you go.
Single sided, single density.
Just send me the drive too.
There you go.
But I'd have to pull it out of my machine.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken, you can actually get a USB 3.5-inch floppy drive. I think I saw one on Amazon.
Yeah, I've got one.
but
I found one at a thrift store.
Okay.
They're very common.
Yeah.
The compatibility for that's kind of weird because it doesn't come up as a mass storage device. It comes up as a floppy. Or usually they do.
Yeah,
It's actually
quite magic.
There's a USB spec for it. Your computer has to be able to read floppies in general.
Okay.
It doesn't work on. I don't know if it works on Android or not.
I have seen people run them on Android phones.
Yeah.
Like through USB TG or to go.
Yeah. Right.
So it does apparently work. But
if your operating system supports floppy drives.
Yeah. But getting back to Bill's question, I do like the idea of adding a field. I'm not sure how I would handle it because a lot of people are probably going to be like, I'm not interested in that. But
you just ask in a letter, type your first letter, and then say, could you take a cassette if I sent it to you?
Yeah.
It sounds like someone has a dot matrix printer going.
I did hear some noise in the background. I couldn't tell what it was.
Having flashbacks, William?
I think he is.
Hey, so before I go, I wanted to ask you guys a technical question. I'm looking for a powered USB hub that what I want to do, I'm using an iPad mini with the camera on the iPad mini. I'd like to plug in an external video camera, and I have a HDMI to USB video input thingy that I use on my Mac, but I'd like to plug it into my tablet, and I have a Apple to USB adapter, but it's not powered, and I'd like to get one that's powered so I can run a camera, that input module, and run a better camera on this. Anyway, you guys got any ideas?
I've seen a number of those on Amazon.
Yeah, I guess I might just, risk the money and just buy it, and if it doesn't work, send it back, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. It's worth a shot.
Yeah.
Show the enabler.
What is that?
Oh yes, that's the light meter that's the TD Artisan's light meter. There it is. Very good.
It just arrived today.
Yay.
Via FedEx with a battery.
Hey, great, fantastic.
Very cool.
And now if FedEx could just put everything where I ask them to, I would be happy.
Yeah. So you're going to use that on your old film cameras?
I'm going to put this on the Argus C3.
Oh, nice.
That I have.
Brick. The
Because
brick.
it had. I still have the selenium meter that Dad had with it. It was my dad's camera, and I've got like I think it's like 2 or 3 lenses with it. I have a flash attachment with it. And no, I'm not going to shoot off any of those bulbs.
There's people that do flash bulbs still.
Oh, I'm sure, but I'm not selling it. If they get used, they'll get used when I'm gone. But no, I've got actually I have a couple of Argus C3 bodies, but yeah, I've got the short lens, and I think I've got a long lens, and but yeah, the selenium meter is long since dead.
Yeah. I have a Kodak Retina 3C with a dead meter that luckily I can use.
This, and I thought, how cool is that? Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
The retinas are great, Joe.
Oh, I know they are.
I've got a 1A, and its meter still works, which is just nuts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I love those cameras, and I like the bottom winding lever. They're just so cool. Yeah. The leaf shutter lens. So
they were incredibly over-engineered, really, in a beautiful way.
They really are. Oh yes, definitely.
So what's a flash cube or a flash bulb run these days? They still make them, or are you talking like $40 a shot? Or
I don't know.
For
people buy them off
flash
eBay,
bulbs,
so they don't make them anymore. I don't think, unless the Russians are making them. I'm not sure.
So you thought film was expensive? Jeez.
Yeah, the little rotating cubes. You remember those?
Oh yeah,
the magic cubes.
Yeah. I remember those when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But are those bulbs that we're talking about? They were just one shot and
one-time use.
Yeah.
And they'd literally burn out. They'd melt the front of the plastic housing.
Yeah.
And they had like a capacitor, I think, built in them that was already charged, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
And the camera just shorts the terminals and fires it, and it fires off the stuff
literally
inside.
explodes inside.
Literally explodes inside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Magic Cube?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
so. Those actually had a spring-loaded lever that struck a piezoelectric quartz crystal.
Oh, yeah.
Which then sent a charge through a really fine filament that was embedded in a bulb filled with magnesium wool and compressed oxygen.
Huh.
Yeah. So it just burned right up.
And so it burns so extremely bright and extremely quickly that it literally melts the glass.
Yeah. You'd always tell if you had a shot left because it wouldn't be clear anymore. It would be
exactly.
They'd start out blue and they'd wind up brown.
Yeah. Oh man, that's crazy.
I have a couple of strips they made them design because they look exactly like you just described, the strips that were used on the Polaroid SX70s.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Where you'd have like
Yes.
five, I think,
Yeah,
five
a lot of
flashes.
going across
Because I still
Like a
have a
quick
couple of
flash.
those that are good. I'm just saving for some correct moment to use them.
So, for some
I
dark
just,
and stormy night.
there's a guy in Albuquerque that repairs SX70s and converts them to the new Polaroid film. And I just sent mine over to him. But I have the leather case for the SX70 and has a couple of those flash bars. But I think it might be Mint Camera out of Hong Kong. They make a electronic flash unit that fits into that flash bar setup for the new cameras.
Have you had a chance to try it? I have one. It's really good if you haven't tried it.
I haven't tried my SX70 since probably the 80s.
Oh, wow.
But I
Well,
had an empty cartridge with the flat battery was still good. And I could test fire the camera and it looked like it was working and the exposure was automatically adjusting. And so I'm hoping he can convert the camera to the new film, the new different ISO. Because I think
That's
the old
brilliant.
film
Well,
was
if,
600 ISO.
Well, there were two films. The original film was 100 ISO, and then the Type 600 was, I think, officially 640 ISO. And I got into photography because of the SX70, like or the year after Polaroid discontinued their film. So I shot tons of it right away, thinking it would never come back. And then, of course, the Impossible Project brought it back, and Polaroid is now, selling that same film. But the hack that I still use actually is if you happen to have an SX70 that, like most people, that isn't converted, you can dial the exposure dial all the way to dark and use 600 film, because loading 600 film is like physically restricted because there are different tabs. There's a tab on the film. That's how Polaroid designed it. But if you have a dark slide that comes out of one of the packs, the little cardboard dark slide, you can just slide that in before you slide the film in, and it allows the tab to just slide over the blocker.
I see.
So you can actually load the 600 film that way. And then you dial it all the way to dark, and the exposure is pretty much correct because it slightly overexposes, which with negative film, which that technically is negative film, is fine to have a little overexposure. So the conversion processes are great, but if for some reason that guy has an issue or says he can't convert it for some reason, you could still shoot what Polaroid sells as 600 film without issue.
Thanks for the tip. I appreciate it. Thanks. Now about the battery though, isn't the new film doesn't have a battery integral to it, right?
Well, now Polaroid sells two different types of film. So they sell 600 film that has the integrated battery, and then they sell the I-type film, which is what only works in their new cameras, which have USB powered batteries.
I see. Okay.
So that's where they're heading, but I can't imagine Polaroid stopping the production of the battery film, the regular Type 600 film, because there are just millions of those cameras. They would just cut themselves off from most of their audience if they did that.
Right.
It just makes it cheaper to manufacture the film without including the battery. So for the new cameras they sell, their profit margin goes up because I don't think they've changed the price, or maybe it's $1 difference per pack, but that means their profit is a lot higher, which is good because they'll stick around.
Yes, hopefully. Thanks a lot for your for your tips.
I love the SX70. I'd have everyone shoot those cameras if I could have my way.
Well, the nice thing is you're looking through the lens. It's an SLR. I mean, that's why they're kind of wedge shaped, because that mirror, you're looking through the film, through the lens, and you can adjust the focus, manually and all that. So,
very cool.
I'm excited to see what you make with it. Lots of Polaroids of typewriters, please.
Yeah,
exactly. For sure.
Yeah, I like to take pictures of my typewriter with my instant camera. With the Fuji Instamax, you remember I sent you one of those.
Yeah.
To document what typewriter it was done on. So just trying to bring it back around to typewriters.
There you go.
Yes, that's what we're here for.
Steer this ship.
But you need a close-up adapter to do close-ups with that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Although the one that I have cheats, I've got the electronic one.
Oh yeah.
Prints from an LCD onto that, so you can actually just send stuff to it. It'll work as a printer and output. Right. So I can use another camera with a better lens.
Right.
And spit it out of my instant camera.
Yes.
Just totally cheating.
It is.
Brian, your screen reminds me of Brazil, the movie Brazil.
Yeah, it's a.
Ted was mentioning that earlier.
I'm in the phantom zone, like General Zod.
Yes.
Is that a flexible magnifier?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Fresnel lens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christoph, feel free to jump in. He's got his hand raised there, Gregory.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Christoph. Did you have a question, Christoph? You have your hand raised.
Maybe he's giving a high five.
Okay, maybe. Okay. Let's see. I'll lower his hand. There we go. All right. Let's see. Joe, was there anything else new with you?
No, I've thrown the discussion off to enough tangents for now.
But that's what we love about you. You share these interests on your YouTube channel, and it's fascinating.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And May, how are you doing? She froze.
Oh, I'm muted.
Oh,
you
there
hear
we
me?
go.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Excellent.
Just messing around with the Erica M. I think it's a 36. And it magically fixed itself. It had an issue with the capital and lowercase alignment being off. And then as I was typing last night during our typing talk, I hit the shift and noticed heard a little thunk. Something worked itself loose, and now the upper and lowercase are all in line. So just using the typewriter knocked something out that I didn't clean before. So
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
Mhm. Except this is, it holds the esteemed place as my hardest platen in my collection. So I have to be mindful and not type on it too hard, otherwise it will just punch holes with the O's. But you don't have to punch this typewriter very hard to make a nice imprint. Some of my other typewriters, the touch, have to push much harder, but this one requires a softer touch. But I'm delighted. I thought I was going to have to disassemble and do a bunch of scary stuff, and now I don't have to.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool.
But no new typewriters. I'm awaiting my Oliver that a friend is going to send me. It should be here sometime next week, or hopefully in another Typewriter Club Live or two. I'll be able to show off an Oliver. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just it's summertime for me. So one of my goals is to pull out all the typewriters and give them a good workout, because that seems to keep them working smoothly, as well as cleaning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The benefits of being a teacher. You get the summers off.
Yes. Yeah. 71 days.
Oh, wow.
So I'll have to be back. I know.
Look at you counting.
Nice. Yeah, I am counting. I've just kind of did a little blog. My goal is to type a little bit every day, and eventually every few days post to the blog. So like day 1 of 71, day 2 of 71. So
Oh, wow.
the typewriter journal, of my summer, my lazy summer. The summer of typewriters, which is, I guess this will be my third summer of typewriters now. I've enjoyed it.
Now, since that's going to create a lot of paper, and you may remember that Joe recently had his video about how do we store these in binders, or do you have plans for how you're going to store all that? Or
I have a lot of empty binders. I do. They're empty, and I need to hole punch them and organize better. I enjoy the typing part and the messing around and refurbishing way more than I do organizing. I organize when I have to, but as far as my own personal organizing, I kind of fall behind sometimes. But that is the goal. I definitely like Joe's ideas. I like all of Joe's ideas, really.
Oh yeah.
One idea I didn't tell you about in that video is when society collapses, you can pull out your binders full of typings and use them for fire material to keep yourself warm and to cook with.
Or toilet paper.
Toilet paper, especially. The airmail paper,
Yeah.
You can reread the letter before you
Yeah.
use it to wipe
Read it
yourself
in the
with.
bathroom
Yes.
beforehand. Oh, who is it on here that has the typewriter in the bathroom? I forgot.
Oh, that was Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, and Diane, you got Bob's book.
Uh-huh.
Excellent.
And no, I have not finished reading it. I've barely started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. I actually decided, well, I have the physical book, but I decided I wanted to listen to the audiobook because it's him actually reading it. So I bought that as well. So, yeah. Although the audiobook is not signed by him, that would be hard to do. Yeah. Anything else new with you, May?
Not typewriter wise, and nothing life wise. Same old, same old. It's just always a good thing.
Yeah.
No big changes.
Yeah.
Throw me
Hey,
off.
what machine is that?
This is a Erica M. I think it's a 36, 37, somewhere in there. It's really a nice German. It's my only German typewriter, my only non-American keyboard.
So it's quartz.
It's very, it's quartz. It's very heavy, very sturdy. It was really dirty and broken when I got it. But I spent a lot of time with it, got it, the new drawband and just cleaning out the gunk. The gunk is what made it broken.
Yeah.
Gunk. Yeah, the gunk is what broke it. So, after cleaning it out, it types really great. It does like that double space thing. I don't know if you can see
Let me zoom in on you
on
again.
on my screen.
There we go.
It's really hard for me to hold this heavy typewriter up. But I'm going to make a blog post, so you'll be able to see
Okay.
the double
lot of
space.
chrome.
Like it puts a space in between each letter for emphasis, which is a neat feature that I've not seen on any other typewriter before.
That's cool on a machine that small.
Yeah. Yeah, it's small, but it's heavy. And there's a couple of levers I'm still trying to figure out. The only manual I've been able to find is in German. And so I used Google Translate to try to, but sometimes those translations just, they're odd sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not able to figure out what this lever for is on the right. Maybe somebody else would know. You have to open the platen and to move the carriage, but there's this third lever over here that I can't tell what it does. So
Does it reset all? Does it have tabs?
yeah, it does.
Does that
Tab
reset
set.
all of the tabs in one
Oh, it might
shift of the
be.
lever?
Yeah.
Maybe. Tab set. Tab. Oh yeah, it has something to do with the tabs because when I hit the tab, it wiggles. So
Maybe it
okay.
turns them off.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all clear for the tabs.
Good job,
Okay,
Bill.
okay. Thank you.
Every once in a while.
It wiggles the tabs, is what it
It
does.
wiggles, yeah, wiggles the tab.
It wiggles
Tab-
the tabs.
The tab wiggler keeps them happy.
The tab wiggler.
Ooh, I've been wiggled.
I like the chrome on the ends of the carriage. Is that what
Yeah,
that is?
it's got, chrome. I think it's chrome. Yeah. Something very
Pretty cool.
shiny for sure. Yes, it's very,
Oh
very
yeah.
That's
nice.
a good condition.
It's in great condition now.
Wow.
But I mean, the finish is a little bit, dull. I could wax it, but I mean, it types great. So unless I ever decide to sell it, I'm not going to.
May, did you give it the rubber ducky treatment?
This one, no.
Yeah.
Not with the glass key ones. I do not.
Oh, yeah,
do
that's right.
Yeah. Rubber ducky treatment. This one I blew out and brushed, flushed some solvents through there.
You did a
And,
great job cleaning it.
Yeah.
It looks wonderful.
It feels good. It's different. It's very sturdy and stiff, but it types very smoothly.
You mentioned it had a very hard platen.
Yeah, the hardest. Yeah, it's like a rock. I can tap on it, and it punches like all my letter O's are going to be holes, which is kind of neat, The
Have you tried
key-
shrink wrapping it?
No, I want to send this off to JJ Short. This is one of those typewriters that deserves it. But I have to disassemble it, and I'm a little scared to do that. Because I don't have another one. Like when I take a typewriter apart, I like to have a second one to look at so I know how to put it back together. This one, it's going to be hard to find a duplicate. So I guess
take a lot of good pictures with your phone.
Pictures, video, document each screw and stuff like that. But eventually this is going to go to JJ Short. But in the meantime, I like your idea of using a, plastic. I have black construction paper, which seems to be working well. There's no holes, although I've been hitting lightly. But the idea of using a plastic backing sheet might be better. I'll have to try that.
This is very thin shrink tubing.
To
I've not
go
tried
around
it, but
the
I got a big chunk of it, so I'm gonna try and test it. Maybe it's interesting. I don't know because it's so thin, but otherwise, all right.
Even a little bit helps on a platen like this for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent. Well, it's good seeing you, May.
Yeah, always good to see you too. And I enjoyed your impromptu Monday night or Monday morning, I guess.
Monday morning, yeah.
But early Monday morning. I didn't catch it until a few days later when I logged onto YouTube and saw it. And at first, I just sat down, turned it on. I thought it was going to be a little Gregory AMSR typing, and I had it running. Had it on while I was listening to music at the same time and cleaning the house. And then all of a sudden people started popping in. Joe popped in, Indro popped in. And so I ended up listening to the whole thing while I was doing some housework. And that was nice. It was great. So
it went on for a long
good job,
time,
Gregory.
too.
It was almost 4 hours, I believe, right?
Wow.
Maybe even more.
So I finished my cleaning before the show was over.
Excellent.
So thanks for the treat, the extra typewriter.
It was just a nice pop-up, just spontaneous. I thought of Ted, but I knew he was probably still sleeping, so.
7 a.m. kind of early for him.
I started it much earlier than our usual meeting.
Okay,
I'm crazy that way, so. I get up at 5:30, so,
but on that note of AMSR typing, there's some YouTube videos that are just typing. Every now and then I like turning that on and just softly having that as white noise in the background. It's really soothing. Very interesting.
Excellent.
You can find anything on YouTube these days.
Interesting. May.
Yes.
One handy trick I did see is when you're taking a typewriter pieces, have a whole bunch of little bits of paper or card and an ice cube tray. Each screw that comes out, mark out where it came from, put it in the ice cube compartment and drop the piece of card in with it.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I have even better. This is my.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a giant ice cube tray, right?
Exactly.
And then it locks and seals. And if I wanted to, I could put magnets down in there. But this is what I use for keeping up.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
There you go.
But good idea, because a lot of these screws, even though with some machines, for some brands, the screws are all the same or mostly the same. You still want to put them back in the same location because of the way they've worn over the years. So I actually mark exactly the spot, not just back cover, but top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, back cover, and put the screws back in the exact same place. So kind of meticulous that way, but I enjoy it.
Very cool.
Learning process.
All right.
I used to draw a picture of a typewriter and put the screws on the typewriter, but then
gosh,
I knocked the paper over, and I don't use that method anymore.
That'd be a heartbreaker.
I figured it out. It was like an extra puzzle, to solve. But from now on, in the box, giant ice cube tray.
Excellent. Calibri, we haven't seen you in a while. How are you?
It's been a long while. I think it was February or March last year, my first and last visit here. back then I was just starting to collect typewriters and was blaming, for example, a guy named Joe Van Cleef for the final spark to get me collecting with his video about the colibri.
Yes.
And back then I was still living in Bavaria with 3 typewriters, the Chromina, the Colibri, and the Colibri Luxus. And since then, I moved back to my hometown in Northeast Germany and continue to collect East German typewriters. And I would also like to get May's Erica typewriter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Even it's some years before the GDR was founded, but
right, yeah. This is just
I
Germany.
would take it.
You would take it.
I'm not sure, but I think I now have 13 typewriters at all.
Nice.
But only 11 of them are East German. One was a cheap one I got for my daughter to just play with it, and I wouldn't be sad if she would break it. And another one I got because it was cheap and just around the corner. So I took it to compare it to an East German's counterpart as soon as I will get it.
Yeah.
It's some are very rare. Let me switch my camera. Maybe you can see one.
We like to see
also
typewriters.
rare one.
Yeah.
So, okay. This is an Optima Planer.
Beautiful. Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
shiny.
really like the design of it, but it needs some maintenance. And it's all
gull wings.
optically it's really in a good shape, but only here some of two of them are a bit off, but as soon as I press them they go down and then they go up.
Interesting.
I did not figure out why. And the space is broken.
Oh.
So
Here's for return spring.
I think there's a spring somewhere.
Yeah.
And this one is from 1954. But I think it's maybe was a bit ahead of its time compared to other East German typewriters of that time. And to show you another one from that exact same year, we have the Chromina, the predecessor of the famous Colibri.
Nice.
It's a bit smaller and also not as high. And until now, this is my favorite one to type because it's the easiest one to type. It's the smallest one, the lightest one. You can take it everywhere. And it has everything you need. But I really think if I get the Optima to work, it might change to become my favorite. Because it also types a little easier, even more easier than the Chromina.
Yeah.
And it has tab function and multicolor, with 2 colors. The Chromina only has one color.
Yeah.
That type bar lifting that you have there, generally that's caused by the linkage between the key lever and the type bar is too short, meaning it's probably been bent a little bit. And if you straighten it out, that type bar will lower back down to where it's supposed to rest.
Yeah, yes, some other parts were also bent. For example, inside this, there's some part that pulls against the ribbon if you close it, and that was totally bent. So
Yeah, so if you
couldn't
get
even
in
get a
there
ribbon in there.
and find the linkage between the key and the type bar that's pulled up, you'll probably see that it has a little bend in it or something that you can unkink, and that'll give it enough room. See, what you're dealing with there is the length of the linkage is too short, and that's pulling that key lever up. And so you need to unbend that linkage to make it longer so that it can lay down.
I will try.
The other possibility is if the and probably not in this case. I think it would be more with like the keys on the very end of the what do you call your key of layout there? The
basket,
the type bar basket. But there's like a pad, like a little cork pad or something that they rest against when you have them off, just setting when the machine's sitting idle. And if any portion of that rest is missing, then it'll allow the type bars to raise up like that.
That would be the key bar top stop.
Thank
you.
you.
Up stop.
I will have to look into that.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm not sure if Robert Lehmann here also mentioned it. We were starting a German community for typewriters.
Oh, cool!
Recently, and it really worked out well, more than I would have expected.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's really fresh. But let me look. We're already at 11 people.
Nice.
Very good.
Nice.
So we need to get them into here to flash mob.
There you go.
Yes. And as soon as we are more than the English speaking one, we can make German the
there you
primary
go.
language.
Flash type mob.
Yeah.
About German typewriter, I remember I don't know if I could show you this one. Can you do you know this one, Colibri? No?
Kleinadler Adlerwerke, vormals Meinrich Kleier AG, Frankfurt am
It
Main.
was for sale 220 euro.
Okay. For me, it would be too old, but if you like it,
it looks in
pretty
beautiful condition.
Yeah, those aren't especially rare, but that one looks to be in really good condition. So it'd probably be worth that.
The condition looks pretty good. It must be, I think it's more than 100 years old. So if it types and feels okay and not broken, or not at least totally broken,
It's
for 20
a first
euros,
action.
I think you should give it a try if you like this kind of old stuff.
For the moment, I prefer to try to find a beautiful Olympia.
I could show you a very special part, but it's not the whole typewriter, because I took the typewriter part itself apart to repair it.
Oh, okay.
As soon as I clean the parts itself, but I can show you the carriage.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Yeah. You tease us.
We even like to see parts of typewriters. Very cool. Yeah, those really old typewriters I've mentioned before. They scare me.
Wow.
Wow, that's huge. Oh my goodness.
Is that part of a typewriter or some gym equipment there?
I know.
So this is a caveat.
Wow, wow, wow,
Oh
wow,
my
wow.
goodness.
Wow.
It's a bazooka.
Yeah, where's the? Be careful. Where's the trigger on that thing?
Yeah.
It weighs more than the typewriter itself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
goodness.
Holy moly.
Can you
How
say
many
that just
paper
on that
rests has
address?
it got on it? Looks like 3.
Yeah.
It's
Pop up
DIN
the paper
DIN
rest?
A1
That's
paper.
amazing.
Wow.
That is wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one, yeah. And I got it for free. So
Well, there you go.
Now, do you have to have a special license to operate that?
You got only the carriage, not the machine.
yeah, it's the typewriter itself also got some additional food.
Yeah, it would.
Feed to
It's got
to
supports
not.
on it.
Oh yeah.
Stabilizers.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
you
couple
throw
of
that carriage over and it'll flop, it'll fall over.
And you need a big table for it because it goes the whole,
Mhm.
the whole way.
It would have a couple of outriggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on the news for seismic activity in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I
Easier
think
to
you
move the
got ripped off
typewriter.
because normally you'd have to pay someone to take that off your hands.
I know.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
The
Yeah.
guy who gifted it to me used it at work back in the days, and it was used for schedule plans for trains.
Oh,
Oh,
Put in
cool.
the train stations, the big when the train arrives, and
that's
It's
very
the one.
interesting.
Nice.
yeah, I think it also was from 1950 something. Well,
Now,
Now,
And it's
what make and model machine is that?
Optima M12.
okay.
Okay.
Now, when you get that carriage reattached to the typewriter, we want to
Yeah.
see it again, and you have to hold it up for us, okay?
Yeah, it's
that thing must be a
I,
beast.
the typewriter with this carriage attached weighs. I did it. I put it on the Waage, and it
Balance
weighs
scale?
it weighs 26 kilogram.
Wow.
I'm not sure how much pound that are
Hang
for
on,
you.
hang on.
Only the carriage, 26 kilograms. Only the carriage.
Typewriter and carriage together.
Ah, okay. Typewriter and carriage together.
Yeah, but
57.2 pounds.
Woo!
Almost 60 pounds.
It's a beautiful baby.
Wow. Wow.
I was sweating to pull it up to the
I bet.
fourth floor.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Oh man.
Oh gosh.
Maybe Ted's point was right after all.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tall task.
Yeah.
Now, when I was looking on the paper mill store website, what's this one right here? I was looking for the really light AMO paper, and they have it in both 8.5 by 11 or 17 by 22 sheets. So that's the 34 grams per square meter.
Yeah, that's the parent size sheet.
Yeah, yeah. So you could type that on the Optima typewriter.
Wow. That's crazy. Whew. My goodness.
Where in Bavaria were you?
You mean me? I'm not in Bavaria anymore. I moved to my hometown, Northeast Germany.
But when you were there, where were you?
Only some kilometers northwest of Munich.
Okay.
I have a friend who comes to Limburg in Germany, and he want to give me an Olympia Sunshine, a limited edition of Olympia. I don't know what model it is, but he got an Olympia Sunshine, but he can't give me the Olympia because the Olympia is still in Germany, in his parents' house in Limburg, and I'm waiting for him when he will came back to his parents' home to bring me his Olympia Sunshine. It's a complete yellow Olympia. It was, if I don't say mistakes, it was a special edition of Olympia.
Oh, okay.
And,
Never heard of that. Olympia Sunshine. Okay. And Olympia is the West German sister of Optima.
Yes. Okay.
Earlier, Olympia was in East Germany, and when Germany was divided, some of the people working there flew to West Germany and founded also a Olympia company. And when they got the copyright fight, I don't know why, but the West Germans won. Even they were a fork of the original Olympia.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the East German Olympia was renamed to Optima.
Interesting.
So, but they also have some models built in West Germany and East Germany, and I want to compare them if I get some sisters that match the year and model type.
That would be interesting.
Okay, I found a picture of the Olympia Sunshine. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, it looks familiar, but I think I've never seen that one in yellow somewhere on eBay.
It's the Olympia Monica, the late model Monica, just with a different
Olympia
color
Monica
and a different name.
Is famous and quite often, but not in yellow.
I have a white one of those.
Yeah, white one, and
a
I
white
think
one.
red ones and green ones, or something, but yellow is really.
These green ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
That's one of the models.
I also have a nice Erica I can show you when I know where it is.
Joe, didn't you do a Optima Olympia comparison video at one point?
Yeah, I have an Optima Super, and I compared it with my wife's SM3, I think.
Oh,
yeah. It's roughly the same era.
Okay.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, I like the Optima Super. It's a good machine, definitely.
I think that's what you used to type your last letter to me with.
I believe that you're right. Yes. Between that Optima and this Calibri, those are my two DDR East German machines, and I like them both.
Hey, Bill, did you get my last letter?
I did. Thank you very much.
Meet with the work of art.
Yes. Yes, I can't read Braille, but I could sense the effort that went into the typing just by feeling that sheet, so that was very creative.
Yeah, that just shows you how hard that Latin is.
Yes.
There's nothing art worthy about it. That's just how it comes out of the typewriter.
Yeah.
So I could show you also a brother of the Gromina. The Gromina was the small colibri predecessor. And this one I bought because of the color. It's a rare color. It's a Groma Modell N. And it's technically the same as the Gromina, but bigger for the table. And this color is burgundy or something.
Beautiful.
That's almost LMS maroon.
A really long paper.
Got a
roll.
scale on it to measure
and,
the sheet.
and chrome.
This one.
Nice.
Does the paper rest collapse or telescope in some
Didn't
fashion?
look like it.
Mine does.
This no telescope, just
So it just extends out when you have it in
Yeah.
rest position. Interesting.
And the feet are chrome. I noticed you got chrome covers on the feet.
yeah, chrome feet like the colibri.
Cool.
Joe might know these feet.
That's beautiful. I love that color.
Yeah, the color was getting me.
Yeah.
To put the cover back is a bit of pain. So,
Very
and
nice.
it's a wooden case.
Cool.
But because I started with typewriters from the 50s, I thought maybe for daily use I need something more modern. As the focus.
Yeah. It's...
Focus.
Focus is dead.
Maybe when I put the
There it is.
Okay,
There you
good.
go.
But, so, and this one I also bought because of the nice color.
Yeah.
It's an Erica
Oh wow.
with tab and four color modes. But basically it's the upper side, the lower side, and the middle of the ribbon.
Yep. So that takes a special ribbon.
Nope. Just the three positions are for when you are using a solid ribbon or a single color ribbon.
Okay.
Same as a
This-
Hermes.
This has
You
a
use the top side, use the bottom side, then use the middle.
telescope, but it's broken or it's a bit bent.
Okay.
This is a
Is Erika coming from East Germany?
yeah.
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 I miss an Erika today in York sales, but it was a very bad condition on high price, and I don't booked it.
That's a bad combination.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is also for DIN A3, so the bigger letter size.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit bigger letters.
Pretty big.
And the ordinary one has a smaller carriage, just fitting
A4,
these sides. Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Yeah.
wanted a bigger one.
Yeah.
And this color, but it's all plastic.
Yeah.
That's the downside of it.
Exactly. Now you have me wanting a yellow typewriter. I think Brian Good has one. We used to say that it looked like a Tonka truck.
I have a yellow one. I don't know if you can.
Standing on end.
A tipper. I don't remember the. Yeah.
You have a yellow SM3, but I call it more of a butter color.
Oh, okay. That's very nice too, though. Definitely.
It's a Triumph Typa.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I saw it. I didn't see it the first time you were pointing. It's on its side or on its front.
On its end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool.
The Triumph tipper is similar to the Adler tipper, I think.
I don't know.
Basically the same. Because
have,
Adler and Triumph were merged.
I have a Gabriel. I have a Gabriel 25. Adler Triumph Gabriel 25. But not in really good condition.
Okay. So, Colibri, anything else new with you?
Basically, I'm not sure if Chris McElroy mentioned it last week, maybe. He was sending me a letter out of the sudden. I didn't expect anything from the other side of the world. And I answered him because his first letter that arrived at me was opened on somewhere on transit.
Oh.
And we taped together. Maybe I can show you. And that was really a bit suspicious because in East Germany, back in the days, it was expectable that letters were opened and read by the Central Intelligence.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the button was cut. Also, the letter inside was because of that cut.
Yeah.
And then it was put back in and taped. But it was taped after the AirPost sticker was put on it. So it must be somewhere on transit. But I don't know if it happened in Canada or in Germany.
Yeah.
And now I received a new letter from him. It's the most fantastic paper I ever touched. I think it's linen paper, the envelope.
Oh, cool.
And the paper itself also with this head.
Wow.
And it feels just nice.
Very cool.
Pretty by far the most pleasant paper I ever tasted.
Yeah, I've gotten a few letters from Christopher. He does have great airmail or
And
letterhead.
I was wondering if it's normal that in Canada they put the stamps overlapping.
Oh, I see. I think that's just something he did.
And there
not always.
value on the stamps.
I had a typewriter shipped from fairly well up north, and I'll just go get the box. Hang on.
I've never seen that. That's it.
Yeah,
That's completely new to me.
I'm also wondering why isn't there a value on the stamps? In Germany, they look like these. Their stamps 85 cents.
Yeah.
For example. So
I guess it's showing just enough of the bottom stamps to show that it's the same stamp.
the images on the stamps are different. But
they are? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And on the bottom only stands Canada and a P. So.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Huh.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Maybe it's a Canada thing.
It could be.
But at least it arrived. And
Yeah.
pretty fast. He was sending this he was writing this on Monday, and it arrived yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So pretty fast.
Yeah.
Even with Corona and other things.
Yeah. Oh, William is showing the overlapping stamps there.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Jeez.
Wow. Pretty much
They
stamps.
send a typewriter with paid postage with stamps.
Yep.
That's wild.
It's interesting because in the U.S., I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe when a package is a certain size or weight, you're not allowed to put stamps on it anymore. Yeah, I think that was a fairly recent change within the last several years anyway. Yeah. Very interesting. Overlapping stamps. I mean, it makes sense, but again, you can't see the value of those
Well,
stamps that are
as if they are permanent stamps, they have the little P in the bottom corner, and as long as you can see the value or see the P on each underlying stamp, then that proves that yes, those stamps are valid.
Okay.
Now, to send a letter from Canada to international is $2.71.
Wow, that's expensive.
Yes. And to send it to the US is $1.30. To send it within
For
Canada,
me, from Germany to Canada or anywhere else in the world, I pay €1.10 for a thin letter. And if it's getting thicker to 50 gram, I pay €1.75 or something.
Germany is very lucky as far as their postal system goes. It's reliable and inexpensive.
Most of the times, yes.
Right. People like to complain about the German postal system, and after getting to know the U.S. postal system, trust me, you're lucky.
The postal system is the only thing that really works here.
Oh.
Earlier you mentioned or were talking about to send hard drives via post, and also today we have a few areas in Germany where even that would be the fastest option to transfer data.
Yeah,
because
digitalization.
internet is lacking everywhere, and
Your trains work very well.
None.
Compared to everywhere else in the world, yes, trust me.
We have a different opinion on that.
Germans are
I've never
spoiled.
really had any problems with the trains in Germany. They always work fine for me.
I think you have high standards. That's why
Yes.
you have good things.
Yeah.
Maybe, but our high standards are based on our experiences back 30 years ago, where the trains really worked well. But since they made it private and not a governmental company anymore, it worsened a lot.
Okay.
Interesting.
And many train stations aren't frequented anymore, or complete lines are tear down.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
Okay.
So
well, they were kind of intimidating to learn at first, but once you got the hang of how to look up the train system, it was easy to use.
Okay.
And especially coming back, because you take trains here in the US, it's completely different. They don't use them as often. I mean, Germany seems to rely on their train systems an awful lot like Europe does. It's good. I think I only had...
We did rely on it, but it's hard.
Yeah, I think I had one experience where it was changed and nobody told us, and we were standing at a small town train station, and but otherwise, most of the time, I didn't have any scheduling problems. We used the trains a lot.
Oh.
Just learning how
Then
to
you have been lucky.
yeah, maybe so. Yeah, maybe so.
I needed to drive by train to work for more than 5 years, and at least 2 times per week, the train was pretty late, and not only some minutes. It went 2 hours.
Oh boy.
And you can you can bet on it that in the highest summer and the coldest winter, at least 2 or 3 times you don't even have the option to get home on Friday afternoon.
So 2 times I was stuck on a train because of a suicide jumper. And
yeah, that
one of them caused me to miss
a
the
lot.
plane. And so I was flying to Dublin and we missed our plane. By the time we got there, it just wasn't worth going anymore.
Yeah.
Another one
Suicides on trains.
Yeah, and another one
happen a
was
lot.
on New Year's Eve. We had to leave Salzburg about 11:30 p.m. and we're going back to our small town city where we were staying. And there was a suicide jumper, and we were stuck on the train with all the fireworks going off. You could see them windows, and they took us off, put it on buses, and then took us off the buses and put them back on the train. And finally, those are the only 2, or maybe 3 experiences I've had, and that wasn't the train's fault. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I will not talking about French train services because I will be angry and Gregory will cut me off. I will be not very polite, so I will not.
At least the French have fast driving trains that work.
We have the TGV. It's but yes, it's good, but
the Germans are a bit jealous about it.
The rest is.
I find the discussion very funny because they're complaining about missing trains and stuff like that, and here we don't even have trains to go to work with.
Exactly. Yeah.
We drive by car every single day.
Yeah, same here too.
So,
big difference.
We have buses, city buses, but no trains.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go every 2 hours maybe, and the area where I live in, I mean, yeah, there's no infrastructure. So just be happy that you've got roads to drive on.
Exactly.
And in the rural parts of Germany, you also need a car because there
Correct.
are no trains or something.
Yeah.
Colibri, I do have to comment on the poster you have in the background. Is
Which
that
one?
The Monkey Island one?
It's
That
Day
one.
of the Tentacle.
Day of the Tentacle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amiga. Back in the day.
For example, but not only Amiga.
No, I know it from the Amiga. That's why. Good memories.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right, let's see. Sam, how are you doing?
Hey, Sam.
You're muted.
Did you say Sam?
Sam, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
She's still muted. Oh.
Unmute. Okay.
There we
Sorry,
go.
the iPad is really, you can't always get from point A to point B super quick, so I'm like messing around with it.
Especially the Zoom app is horrible.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I was just kind of listening and doing some stuff around here. I wanted to check in. And just curious, when people get a letter, do they immediately grab their letter opener and rip it up and read it, or what do they do with their letters when they arrive? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I carefully slice open just the side so I can preserve the envelope and pull the letter out from the side.
That's a good idea. But do you?
And then I read it. Yeah, immediately.
Do you like grab it and go, woohoo, I'm going to read this right away?
To run home because I have to walk to my mailbox and I run to my apartment, and that's the first thing I do. Cut it
The first
open
thing I do is putting an incoming stamp on it.
Oh, that's pretty good of you.
Yeah, they usually have a postmark, so that's pretty relative. But yeah, and put them in order, and where I have to answer them.
Oh,
but it's so wonderful, exciting to get the old school type letters again.
Oh, I had one arrive in my mailbox unexpected the other day, and it was like, oh, something good in my day. But I don't open them right away. I treat them like something special.
Yeah.
And
Pour a glass of wine and sit down.
Well, I
At the
take them to bed
fireplace.
sometimes. I get into bed
Aw.
because I always read before bed. So I've done that. But really what I like to do is stick them in my purse and go to a coffee shop somewhere away from home. So like it's almost like traveling and sitting down and reading a letter in a coffee shop or in a park. I just like not to be home because that's what's happening in my life. I'm trying to get out of a lease because my roommates don't like me. I don't know what I've done to offend them, but evidently I've done some heinous crimes around here. So I'm looking to get out and complications. But I did work on the first Thursday in the Pearl here. That's a once a month thing that we do, kind of fancy, in the Pearl District of Portland. And as usual, I start to write a poem and then they say, well, read it for me. And I start to read it and I get caught and I start to cry. It's happened so many times. I like get to the last line and I'm like, and and they're like, no, stop, we're gonna cry. So now I carry tissues and I'm like, would you like a tissue? And yeah, I did a tissue thing. And it's not even that it's sad, it's just
emotional.
It's the typewriter.
Tears of joy.
Like if you just say, write me a poem on a piece of paper, I can do it. But it's but you come up to me and you say, I would like a poem. My mentor is leaving the school of fashion design and they've done so much. I want to gift them a poem to tell them how much I appreciate them. And he gave me a couple of different words and started typing something up. If you just came up to me and said, write that on paper, I'm realizing that the typewriter and whatever it is in my ability is the conduit for this. I can't do it without the typewriter. And it's very inspiring to do and makes me cry. And people just come up and they say, well, there's always the, oh my God, how old is that typewriter? Or where do you plug, all the silly comments that we get when you have a typewriter out in public. And always looking for some good comebacks, of course. But usually I just say, guess how old it is. It's usually my 1928 typers, which I like to bring out because they're attractive, meaning people come up to me and, I only ask for donations for the typewriting. I make them buy the other things that I have. But it's, again, if you come up to me and you buy a pin that I have made, it's like, or come to my henna booth, it's like, oh, great, here's your money, here's my money, here's your thing. The typewriter poetry is becoming something else, which may end up supporting me sometime in the future as I get better at it and all that. And a couple of weeks ago, sorry, I've actually only had coffee since like 9 o'clock. It's now 12:32. A friend of mine handed me an envelope a couple of weeks ago and I said, what's this? And he goes, it's an invitation. I'm like, for what? Well, it's a wedding. For whose? And it's to Portland Saturday market vendors who are now going to get married. And I went, wow, I'm honored. Oh, can I gift you 2 hours of typewriter poetry? And he's like, ask Nancy. And everything that I have found so far, I could hear, hold on a second.
This is definitely a show and tell episode.
So
and of course,
this is the start of it. This was gifted to me by a Buy Nothing group. Oh, my hair's caught. The curly willow branches are drying. And as you can see, I was experimenting. It's a poetry wish, a wedding wish tree. That will be gifted in its entirety. And all the ribbons were in a free box. Oh, thanks for making me bigger. All the ribbons were in a free box. And some fake flowers, although I don't know if I need fake flowers but they might last longer. and a banner for my table. It's all been things that I have sourced in a free box or on the Buy Nothing group.
Wow.
And of course, the paper is my paper, that I buy, but or whatever. And so, they're just going to come up and say something about the bride or the groom or whatever. And then we're going to punch a hole and tie it on. And you've probably seen these before. And hopefully getting some photos, because I'm trying to expand. My Instagram is expanding. I give them a card and I'm like and comment, because you could have a zillion likes on your Instagram. It does not really do anything. It's the comments that count for the algorithms. Yeah. And I'm really sloppy. I'm doing all this, but I'm working on it. And Wednesday, I believe, I have a photo shoot. Hold on. I have a photo shoot in a speakeasy, and also through the free box or through the Buy Nothings, I have
Oh, nice.
Super.
That's awesome.
And it even comes with the gloves, these fabulous elbow gloves.
Oh, cool.
With, they got the buttons on them and
wow,
all that. And I'll probably use my green Remington in the place. And we're going to do some photo shoots. I need to figure out to do something with my hair and makeup. Somebody was saying about you were writing to, you were going to type to your mayor. I don't remember who it was. Type a letter to the mayor because it's something that is more effective. When I was first face painting and trying to get business, my friend said, here's what you do. You make a picture of a nice face paint that you've got, maybe you're in it, and you write a letter and you snail mail it out, because it's going to be a lot more effective than an email, which can just be glossed over or shunted to your junk box. So I'm going to try and hit up the wineries and the corporations. And I don't have a website. I do the Instagram and the Facebook. I haven't needed it because my main business is henna and face painting, which is on hold. And you pretty much need to be in front of me. So it doesn't help to have someone, order a henna from New York or something. So not for lack of trying, but, and even the jewelry and stuff has not, it's, I have some new cool typewriter pins.
Oh, cool.
Let's see, can I make it bigger? Yeah, some cool new pins. There we go.
Cool.
And to make it a little more on the artistic side, I make
you sell those online?
I sell them if somebody wants to buy them, but I don't have any online presence with that really. So I'm working on different ways. I
love typewriter earrings. Oh, so cute.
And then I have my little ones that I'm not shilling at all. Just these are the other ones that actually, when I was with on Virtual Herman's, I said I had typewriter earrings. He goes, oh, I don't know about that. How people are with chopping. I'm like, no. There's these little guys. Let's see.
Yeah.
These little guys. Yeah. And these actually. There we go. And these little guys, and they actually say, I don't know if I can get it in. No, it's not going to work. They actually say, I love you on it. And so these I do more of the work on. It's all sterling silver. This one's got some African beads that are probably about 50 years old right there. And this one's got some Czech glass beads on it that are also pretty old, because before, if you said beads, I could probably hear you a mile away. Now, if you say, everyone's like, don't say typewriter to her. You're in big trouble if you do. And then like now that I've been ordering some stuff, I've got my little bees, little bee earrings. And so anyway, that's what I'm up to, because I'm just kind of still reeling from my main business being cut off from COVID and still trying to catch up. But I'll be moving to an attic from a friend who's also been in the craft business. And I've been house sitting for him and he pays me, but he knows that I'm not in the best situation. So rather than me paying him, I'm going to be moving in there and paying $300 a month and some house cleaning. And he, at least he understands as a vendor at the same market, he understands what we have to do and all the stuff we have to have. We're crafters. We have stuff, which is a problem if you're trying to rent.
Studio, for sure.
Yeah, I have a studio, but I brought all my jewelry.
Well,
stuff
I mean,
in there.
you need that. You know, you can't just have a home. You have to have a studio in addition to your home.
There's having a studio and there's having an office. And that's actually what I'm sitting in right now. My printer's over there. These are all the things I couldn't fit anywhere else. Displays, all my paper, all my typewriters are all here. So I haven't been able to focus a lot on playing with typewriters. Although I've just been talking to somebody today in Olympia, which is about an hour and a half away. She's got a Porto-Write that she's offering for $50. And she said, oh, there's some things that wrong with it. I can't get it to advance when I'm typing. I'm like, here's what you do. And she's still offering it. It's a 1933 for $50. But I'd have to drive up to Olympia, which will end up costing me about $40 in gas.
Right.
Wow.
And somebody down in Southern Oregon has a beautiful woodstock that was his father's, and he wants $75 for it. But I can't get it. It's just, it will cost way too much, and I can't afford to drive down there and pick it up. And I don't really need another typewriter, but I want more, you know. So that's it, pretty much. Just trying to find out what my lease obligations are, which is not an easy thing right now.
Yeah.
And
Your
it'll all
typewriter
work
creation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it will. Your typewriter creations are so cute.
Oh,
Really-
there's mermaids, there's mushrooms. I actually do not do the laser cutting. One bunch actually comes from London, so I have to wait like a month to get them. And it's not what I usually make. None of these would be okay to use at market because I don't make, they're commercial components. But when I do make jewelry, it's a lot more silver wire work and stuff. But it's nice to have something that's a little bit easier to put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much it. Not too much typewriter related stuff lately.
That's okay. It's still good to see you though.
Same to you. Yeah. And it's, again, I've just been listening to, you know, some little things like figuring out how to not make my typewriter jump. I catch up little ideas, and I like hearing everybody's accents.
I know, right? There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And
there's more than one English.
You know, hearing May talk about her typewriters and her rubber duck version of cleaning them, and
Yeah.
just everything. It's just nice to be surrounded by people who don't go, oh God, don't say typewriter.
So, Sam, you started by asking what you do when you get a letter from a type pal. Usually my wife or I go and check the mail after lunch. And if there's a letter from a type pal, it gets set by my place on the table. Afternoon tea time comes, make a fresh pot of tea, nice big cup, sit down, open the letter, read it while sipping fresh, big hot mug of fresh tea.
Oh,
it's like it's a precious thing. It needs to not be done like just I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking it shouldn't be brought into the bathroom and read, but the bathroom is a private place for some people. It's the only place they might have any privacy, but I treat it almost like a meditation, which I'm not a meditator, but I just want to, it's like having a very special piece of chocolate in front of you and you're saving it for a special occasion.
Yes.
But you don't want to wait too long because it'll melt. So you just want to take little bites and appreciate it.
I can't wait with chocolate or letters. I gobble them up.
Yeah.
Got to be careful of fingerprints.
I know.
Yeah. So the trick when writing to Bill is write a long enough letter that he actually, okay, and now we're on page 6. Better slow down a bit.
It's just so cool. Oh, I remember something else. Joe is, I don't know, is he still on here? Because I just see us. Where Xing out, where you X out something and just move on.
Yeah.
A new friend who actually I didn't know who she was. She wanted to friend me on Facebook, and I'm like, I don't know this person. And then realized she had commented on one of my what's in the box things. She she only uses a phone. She's not really technologically, she doesn't like to do it. And within a matter of 10 days, I guess she wrote me immediately after we spoke. She sent me a beautiful letter. She's got all these cool stamps. Sometimes you get some and it's like, oh, wow. Mine's just like, I'm lucky I found a cool stamp to put on here. But I'm not sure where she's originally from. She lives here in the States. She has a Welsh husband, but I'm pretty sure she probably grew up in
Little Rock, Arkansas.
What's her name?
Little Rock, Arkansas is where she grew up.
Is she Arkansas or is she Ohio?
Natasha.
No, it's not her. It's not Natasha.
Yeah.
It's
not Natasha.
Marcella?
No, I don't think she's on any of these, to be honest, because again, she doesn't really do it. But she contacted me originally because she also face paints and she also kayaks and she types, she busk types, she does jewelry, all that stuff. But what she does is rather than the X, which may be sort of aggressive, she just does a slash instead. And it's a little prettier, maybe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that as well. So. I do the slash, or sometimes I'll do the pound symbol or the number symbol. Depending on my mood, I guess.
Instagram symbol.
Yeah, there you go.
Hashtag.
Yeah. I cannot. I'm obsessive about mistakes. I use the corrective type.
Yeah, correct.
Or if it's a long line, I will use the liquid paper.
Yeah.
But I use it very carefully and I make sure it dries all the way.
But what if your paper is not white? So this is something I meant to bring up that I tested.
True.
I got tracing paper from the sewing store, which comes in like several different colors, because the graphite is going to rub off. And I attempted it because I use this deckled paper. Yeah. Be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I tried that graphite paper and typed on black paper a while ago. It worked. It worked great. I don't know how long it'll last through the years, but white graphite paper onto black construction paper actually.
Oh, interesting.
So I was trying to do it where if I was typing a poem that I could correct on different colored paper, but I don't know if you know what the deckled paper is, but it comes in sheets and it's very
textured. Yeah.
So it's textured
pretty.
And it's
like
beautiful for
paper,
the poems.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I wanted something that would maybe fix that. It didn't work. It just wasn't strong enough.
Well, if they're really thick, maybe you can try the erasing method. If the paper's very thick, try the old school typewriter eraser. I mean, it'll still leave a mark.
Does it have to be a typewriter eraser, or will any eraser work?
I think those are the best because they have a little bit of grit in them. You just have to be careful and use it off the side and so it doesn't fall into your typewriter, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
But it has the eraser, the rubber has a little grit that's designed to kind of sand off your paper. A little bit.
I'm just going to try it with a regular eraser here because I've got some.
But I've got a couple of those typewriter erasers that came with typewriter. They're really old and the rubber's hard, but I can see where they were going with that. It's got, rubber impregnated with a little sand, very fine grained sand.
It's going to have to be fine grained because it tears up the paper.
It tears up the paper. Yeah. And your handmade paper, probably you'll notice it.
Yeah. Because I was trying to do white specifically because I have some darker papers that it would be so cool to type it in white.
Now, one thing I've done is I've taken the corrected type, and then I use a colored marker and colored over the white. You have to get a set of like pastel light colored markers, and actually it's not
that would
perfect.
Work, maybe.
I wish I had an example, but I haven't done it in a long time because it's so OCD.
Well, it doesn't.
But
it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, you just take a marker and go over it. You have to be careful because the Sharpies are, oil or alcohol based, and it'll just wipe it off. So you use a water-based marker on top of the corrected type, and that worked really nice. It's not perfect, but it's better than stark white,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could try that. Just get a nice little water marker. I use Crayola markers, and it worked fine.
Oh, I've got some of those here.
Yeah.
But when I'm on the
fine.
street, when I'm on the street and I'm typing, it's the perfection is in the craft of it. And so I'll say something like my A's, I hit this all the time. So you might find my A, there might, I just say it's art and the errors are part of the art. And they're like, oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to do something specific for somebody where online, let's say they order a commission for me and we're going to the trouble to go, okay, what size? You need 5x7 or whatever. I would maybe defer to just doing it in white, but I would make sure it's as perfect as I can.
Yeah.
Because it's not the on the spot stuff. And I just ask for donations anyways. I'm pretty amazed. People are constantly putting $20 in.
Oh, wow.
And it's kind of a pay it head thing. So when somebody comes up, and I may have said this before, but when someone comes up and says, I really like to get a poem, but I've only got $2. I'm like, what would you like? Because it's basically already been paid ahead. And then it gets into this, again, the feeling, the catharsis of it. And I don't want to be like spouting altruisms to go, oh, I'm so special, I'm doing this. But it does, it makes me cry. And I don't know why I can do it. I don't have an answer except that, I grew up typing and I love words and languages, and English is my thing. I flunked out of math, but I had to take 5 terms of math just to get my Spanish degree. And I was really glad to be done with it. And it just seems to work. Plus I'm a musician and I enjoy doing it. So everything is packaged into like this perfect little thing that all started when I broke my ribs and went out to do it with the typewriter since I couldn't work.
Yeah.
End of story. End of coffee.
Yeah.
Verbosity.
All right. So we have a few people left to talk to.
Thank you. I'm going to actually sign off.
All
but
right.
Thank you
so much, Sam.
Yeah, much appreciate
Nice
all of
chatting
you.
with you.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see you again.
As we
when
do
I can
you.
Get back on.
Excellent.
And
I'll
I'm
get in touch
happy to
with you
take
about
new
those
letters.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a good one. I'm just trying to get out of here somehow.
William is showing the colored correct type. That's excellent. That's what I was thinking
Oh
of.
yeah, they came in pastels back in the day.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Even the liquid paper came in colors back
Yeah.
in the day.
All right. Ken, how are you doing?
Leave. How do I leave? Oop.
Oh, doing well. We went to see the grandkids over in Virginia for a week, and promised I was gonna leave all my agendas behind, my typewriting searches and all that. But the day before we left, I found an Olympia SM3 with this one, and it's got kind of a weird font to it. And I asked her to send me the type bar pictures and type something out, and it was italic. So I thought, well, that's cool, because I saw the number 1, it had actual number 1 key on it. I was like, well, that's maybe something. I was thinking it'd be script. I was really hoping it would be script. But then when I posted it on the Austin Typewriter blog, a couple people, the Hot Rod typewriter guy and a couple other ones said, italic's not that bad. So I picked it up. they call it professional elite, but it looks more, to me, it looks more casual than Vogue and some of the other ones. But it's really super small. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like
Back in on it.
Oh, I like it.
yeah.
Like
The top one's a Hermes 3000, and the bottom one's the SM3, and you can tell. I mean, it's so small. It's
I
just
love that.
nice and clean,
Looks great.
easy to read, even.
yeah. The only problem you can see under Milton, when you shift it, the red stays up, the ribbon stays up. That's the only problem I've found so far on it.
A little adjusting cleaning though, work itself.
But I thought, if you look at that was actually Milton Blake from Milton. But if you look at I pulled out Paradise Lost and picked up in England, and I found out, if you use it for the top, like book 3, that's where that Chariots of Fire came from. But if it's so much smaller.
Yeah.
So you could use it for like end notes or something like that, maybe. Well, I mean, italic wouldn't be appropriate, but for annotating. And I also found when I was looking through Paradise Lost, I saw it's got Hermes in there, and Olympia 3 times. Well, it says Olympian or Olympias.
Okay.
So if you look at Paradise Lost, the only typewriters you really are appropriate would be Olympia or Hermes as far as referencing, because they actually mention it.
Wow.
I guess that's a little too far. That's maybe they're going too deep, but I just thought it was a neat font. And for May and the host, Randy or Greg, right?
Yes.
Greg, sorry. I got my my Library of Congress reader card. So
oh, nice.
Picked up actually was able to do some research for my paper there, and another bucket list done.
Wow.
Nice.
Found a part in the Library of Congress at Jefferson that some of the books I was wanting actually were being imaged, they were being scanned. And I thought, well, his library caught on fire twice, right? So I guess we're finally getting around after all these years to scan it. But anyway, so I've got 2 libraries I want to go. This one, the Library of Congress, and the Bodleian. So hopefully in the next sooner than later, I'll be able to get over to Oxford and get my card there. But anyway, that was we did actually spend some time with the grandkids and our kids, so that was good. And it's a good trip.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Our train was a little late getting into Baltimore, so I can commiserate with some of those things. But we were able to make our flight. Got in last night at 10, late about 10:30. So
yeah, when we went to visit my dad when he lived in Roanoke, Virginia, we of course went to Washington D.C. We had to, but it seemed like a lot of the things were under construction at that point, and we're like, oh man, there were a few places that were actually closed to the public, and I think it was the Library of Congress that they had. It was like a facade, like a big sheet covering the building, but fortunately they put a picture of the building on the sheet so you could still see what the building was supposed to be, but it was closed, and I was so disappointed.
Yeah, a lot of Washington. We actually had one of the companies I worked for, an NGO. We had a building. We were 3 blocks away from the Library of Congress, and it was so open. I mean, this was 7, 8 years ago, and you could just walk in, and you had to get a reader's card and all. But everything is fences all over the place now, so it was a little disappointing to see it all, everything blocked off. Even the Uber drivers were saying, "No, you can't go there anymore." I can let you up 4 blocks away and you can look at it. we got part of it. We got into the library. That was fun.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it was very stressful driving there. Oh my goodness. And the car that we rented had GPS, but one of the ways it took us is like, okay, this on-ramp clearly has not been used in decades because it was like a dead end. And I was like, oh man, so what do we do? So we were trying to figure out an alternate way, and we ended up in this really bad neighborhood, and it was a little frightening.
Yeah, well, and yeah, you go 2 blocks off or 1 street away, and you're in a whole different dynamics of
Yeah,
safety. But I know the room or the row, they had these row houses on southeast 2nd Street. I think it's where we had our office, and it's actually one of the few with the elevators. And we found out the guy that lived there was Mexican consulate, and then before that was actually one of the guys that were decoded things during World War II. He was a crypto guy, which is kind of what I did in the Air Force. So that was kind of because I knew the guy. I mean, I knew about him. I'd read it, and to be staying in one of his places.
Was it Rochefort? The guy named Rochefort?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there were about 2 or 3 different. But
I've read David Kahn's The Code Breakers. That's why I know his
Wow.
name. Yes.
That's they put an elevator in there for him, and they let him retire there after his years of service. So that was
wow.
That was fun. That was
wow.
Anyway, yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ken, and it's good seeing you, of course.
Good to see you.
Yeah. And thanks, May, your that song on one of your Facebook about, it reminded me of what Sue was talking about going out and taking your typewriter out.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't the song you talked about, kicking them in the butt or whatever, but
yeah,
the door. But it was another one.
Yeah.
So a typewriter under the blue sky.
There you go.
Yes, if I can take my typewriter anywhere. Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
Who needs to hear that? That's it.
Excellent.
It is. I need to like professionally or semi, professionally record that.
That would be
songs. The idea is to use typewriters percussion and then do the singing guitar over it, because it takes, I don't have the equipment, I don't have the kind of studio, but I do know people that have that sort of thing. It's just a matter of time and doing it and paying them money, to help me.
Or you can send it to me, man.
Someday.
I won't charge you anything. Just
Well, maybe I just need to take a vacation this summer and record with you.
There you go.
You're not
You can
that
do that.
far away.
You can also do it.
I'll bring
over
my
the
own
internet.
typewriters to bang on. I won't bang on your typewriters. But yes, I'd like to do that, because it's really hard, to play and sing at the same time. Like I could sing pretty good, better when I don't play an instrument at the same time. And then I can also play an instrument better at the same time if I'm not singing. So that's what a studio affords. You can do each track separately and get the best performance out of
Yeah,
each
I'm not
separate
professional,
instrument.
but I can multi-track. So
Yeah,
and
you
I
got
can
the
mix
equipment
down,
to
all that kind of
record,
stuff.
and you're a musician too, and
we can do it,
talented one at that. So you know what's up. So
And we can
that's
do
funny.
it on internet too. I mean,
Yeah.
That's
throw me an
true.
MP3 and
I
I
could send you each track separately.
Yep, exactly.
And then back and forth. That's a great idea. Okay.
You could do it on
But-
micro cassette and mail them.
Yeah.
But then there's something to be said for that raw, like just
It's the
single
raw
take,
tape hiss. It's the tape hiss.
non-produced, there's no, what is it, auto tune. There's
Yeah.
nothing. It's just me with the guitar and my, typewriter songs.
All you need.
That'd be
That's
cool.
a thing too, as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if it were more slickly produced, they would be even better, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, how are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, Dan.
Good to see you
Where in
again.
the world are you now?
I was just gonna ask him that. Like, we never know.
Yeah.
I know. No, I'm still in Florida.
Okay.
I have a lot of enough business, like work and conferences and other things in the U.S. over a span of months that it wasn't worth flying back and forth over the Atlantic a bunch of times. So I've just kind of visiting with family in between in Florida. So it's, which isn't horrible. No, it's good. I'm just typing on my, let's see if I can do this without horribly
Nice.
just holding the iPad at a precarious angle here. But
is that orange or
Calm yourself, Gregory.
I know, is that orange or red?
It's orange.
That's orange, yeah.
Orange
It's a lovely Traveler Deluxe that I think I've talked about here, or maybe shown it months ago. I picked it up in November in Miami. It was a local purchase from a woman who's it belonged to her father, and he was a translator for like a couple of the airlines and some production companies as well. So it's mostly an English, a standard English keyboard, but it has an Enya character. So that's the only kind of Spanish character, and it also has I can't remember if I talked about it or not before, but it has a very interesting currency character that I wasn't really able to find a definitive answer on what currency it was when I looked it up, and I asked a bunch of people on a few different forums as well, and some typography folks that I know. It's like a dollar sign within a C, which is kind of let me see. I can actually see if I'm clever about this. I can switch the camera around, and you see it over the 3.
Oh yeah.
There. And yeah, it's definitely a curiosity.
Canadian dollar, maybe Canadian dollar.
No, it's the closest I was able to get is that it's probably because it doesn't quite print like that. Of course, it prints with more of a circle C than yeah. It's an odd combination, but what I was able to find out, the closest I was able to get was that it's probably a Central or South American currency, but it's a character that's just not used. It would have been very uncommon to see it. So this was clearly a custom response, and he must, whichever languages he was translating for, this must have been something he needed to type enough that it was worth getting one custom key.
It was the Confederates dollars.
Yeah, that's the one. So
reboot hardware.
I've been and I can actually share something here. Let's see. I don't often share photos or anything on the iPad. You're usually doing desktop stuff if I need to share the screen, but I've been taking this machine on one of the projects, my travel projects in May. I've been kind of taking this around, using it to type just little thank you notes in addition to my to-do lists to the folks who were helping us in each location. And that was the last location here, if you guys can see.
Nice.
Did not it did not suck. There was a shoot I was producing, and the last location was in the Caribbean a couple of weeks ago. But it's been really fun to travel around with a handful of different typewriters. I mean, I think I've mentioned it before here. I've been making a point of traveling with machines. I think there's only one trip that I've been on since November. Since August, that I haven't traveled with a machine of some sort or another. And it's just really been it's kind of been an exercise in packing, because obviously that's especially for flying, that's your personal item, so it really reduces. I'm usually a 2 carry-on kind of person with cameras and especially cameras and other gear. So it's interesting to kind of manage that, but also to see, especially going through airport security in various places, like who cares about it, who questions it, whether it gets pulled aside to be tested. There were definitely a few times in the last month or so where I've been asked to open it, and they're asking me to switch it on. I'm like, there's nothing like picking it up and showing them. I'm like, I can put a piece of paper through it and type on it, and then they're fascinated. But it's even more strange than when I travel with all my film cameras. So that's been fun.
Yeah.
But
very cool.
Yeah, no, things have been good. I've come off essentially 4.5 weeks worth of straight nonstop back-to-back travel, and it's just really nice to to have a bit of a pause.
Yeah.
Dan, are you a cinematographer with film, motion picture cameras?
Not yet. I've done a little bit of Super 8 filming, but I have friends who are DPs and cinematographers who do film on 16 and 35, and I've got plans to work with some of them. Now I'm primarily a stills photographer, though I'm slowly getting into directing, but I'm going to stay away from the actual. I mean, I'd like to get like at least a 16 mil just to play around with. The Super 8s are fun, but how much of that? I'm sure you've done plenty of that.
I've done a little Super 8, but
yeah.
It's fun.
No, it's a lot of fun, but no, I can't imagine actually traveling with enough film, even in 16 mil, where to film something. It's bad enough when you have to travel with Super 8. Stills film, at least, I can have some pretty big bags for long journeys, and it's still not taking up that much space.
Good. Thanks.
But yeah, what trying to think of what I mean, I haven't actually had much time to work on anything. I think the last time that I was able to join in, I just picked up an IBM Selector, correcting Selector 2 that needed some work, and I was waiting for parts to come into it. So those parts arrived during May, but I haven't. I'm actually going to try and spend once we're done here. I'm going to try and spend an hour kind of seeing if I can attach the. I've got the part here. I still don't know what this is called, but I will 100% guarantee that Joe, if no one else, will know what this is.
Actually, I don't know what that is. Actually.
Oh. Well, this
I know what it is.
This goes on. Oh, you.
It's from an IBM Selector typewriter.
Yeah.
It's
Apparently,
one of the
the most.
pulley.
This is the most
rotate.
common. This is the most common unit to break.
It's a high mortality part, yes.
Yes. So, but the original has this one has metal. So I think the company I ordered it from must remake it, or it's a later piece. But
turbo encabulator.
Yeah. So that's so far the only part I've identified that was actually broken, and it wasn't in shipping or anything. I picked it up from someone locally here in South Florida whose father-in-law of the guy I picked it up with worked for IBM. They were an IBM exec, so it was a one-owner machine that was owned by someone at IBM. So it's kind of a neat. I always like having some of the stories, if I can, with those things. And so that's my next repair project. I haven't.
Is that for the pulley for the wire that draws the print element back and forth?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe it's that wire. It's kind of a it's not, well, let's see. Yeah, I can't. There is a loose wire, and so I'm pretty sure it is. It's like this flat, a flat wire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's your tilt and rotate wires.
That's what I thought. Yep, tilt and rotate. There we go. Yeah. It's now been 5 weeks since I was reading all the repair documents for it, so now I have to get my head back into them. I was like, I knew exactly what the part was called 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Excellent. So that's the next project on my typewriter to-do list. I've been very good. Probably just because I've been so busy, I haven't had the time to think about shopping for any new machines, which is good. I don't need any more at this point.
Excellent. Anything else new with you, Dan?
Since Joe was talking about photography stuff earlier, I feel I can share that. I finally don't have any excuse for not having done color darkroom printing in my life prior to this point. Only that just I got into photography from the shooting side, not the darkroom side, and I came to it pretty late. So I've done black and white printing, and I've done my own developing of color black and white and ND6 slide as well. But last week I started testing out the darkroom setup for a local lab that I love using the lab, and they've set up a space that they're using as their own darkroom, but they want to be able to allow people to come in. So they asked me if I would want to just do some tests, and they just give me paper and chemicals. And how do you say no to free printing?
Wow.
Exactly.
So, and they've got 7 enlargers of various sorts and loads of neat papers to choose from. So I went in last week and did my first color session and came out with like a couple of contact sheets, but also an 8x10 enlargement that I was really happy with from 6.7 shot on the new Gold 200 film, which is exceptional. If any of you are film photographers, the 120 Gold 200 is really, really, really good. And I'm going to go in later this week and print some others from that roll and some more contact sheets at least. And then yesterday I went in with one of the photographers that I represent, because I do a little agenting on the side as well. Is a local photographer here, and he's who I was producing for on these travel projects this last month. And we're upgrading his portfolio, and I'm pushing him to do darkroom prints. So yesterday we were doing a whole long session of test prints for him, and I considering that Wednesday last week was my first day of printing color in the darkroom. Yesterday then became the first time that I printed enlargements for someone else. So I actually printed an edition of 5 for him at 16 by 20 of a shot he'd taken of Pharrell and two very, very famous musicians, depending on the genre that you listen to. Pharrell and I think it's Big Mike, two kind of rap and R&B artists in Miami that he had a fantastic photo of, which I don't have. Actually, I could share a print picture here, and then I'll leave it at that, because I've got the photo of the print. It was pretty fun for any of you who've done color darkroom printing. I mean, I'm already realizing how insanely challenging it is if you have to do any color adjustments, but also very, very fun. So here is the first print that came off. That's a 16 by 20 from 35 millimeter, obviously, like masked. He's going to get it. He's going to get the edition of 5 framed. So I knew he was going to, I centered it as well as I could, but I knew it didn't have to be perfect because it's going to be trimmed and matted.
Right.
Otherwise the slight offset would annoy the crap out of me. It still kind of does, but I know it won't be seen. But really, really fun again to get like a well-balanced, well-exposed print in the darkroom, but way more challenging than with black and white printing, I think. But
I can imagine.
And the last thing I'll share, just because I realized show and tell is better when you show. This is the here's the single like final 8 by 10 enlargement that I did last week from the Caribbean.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
And there's just nothing. This is, I know we all understand this because of our love of typewriters and things that are analog and directly physical, but there is really truly nothing quite like making something with your hands. And I know we all know that, but when it's just a good reminder to always, if you find another way you can try that, another way you can connect something you love with a physical, tangible output. It's you'll never be sad about spending that time.
Exactly.
And my job used to be to do color printing.
Oh wow!
Back in the 80s, and I realize now, listening to you talk about this, that I've forgotten, I think, more than I ever learned to begin with. I was a photographer starting in high school when I started printing, because I did work for the, I was involved with the newspaper and the yearbook and so forth. And then that experience got me a job working for a photographer as his print tech. And I can't recall any of the details, other than, I remember, temperature control was crucial, and but yeah, my only memories. I only remember that he had a reel-to-reel machine set up in the darkroom so that you could start a recording and listen to it all the way through while I was working out there.
Oh wow!
But yeah, that's really neat stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but I also it is not my goal to become a master printer. It's really interesting to always experience these things so that I can do short runs myself, but it just means that I'll have even more appreciation when I pay some of my pro labs to do hand prints of what it is that they're doing and how much of a challenge it is for me to ask them to do something. Because Joe said, filtration. I mean, just this lab has a stack of those wonderful color filters that Kodak used to make. So you can pop your test print up, test strips, and kind of look at, which direction you need to go and which color channel to get your proper white balance and everything else. And it's just, Like I totally understand dodging burning for black and white prints. Like I can, it's time consuming, but it makes sense. You're just doing contrast adjustments, and like it's a bit of a dance, and you have to choreograph your timings for each exposure, and that's kind of wonderful. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how you do selective color in that same way. Obviously, functionally it's the same, but the thought process and the amount of planning just to get the exposure and the colors right. Yeah, I don't want to learn how to become an expert at it. I'm happy to stop at a point and hand it off to someone else, but it is just fun to do,
Yeah.
So anyway, thanks for Gregory, thanks for having this as usual.
Of course.
Hopefully I'll be able to join in a few more Sundays this month.
Yeah, that'd be great. And it's very good seeing you, Dan.
Good seeing everyone else.
All right. Diane, how are you?
I'm muted.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Yeah? Any new Smith Premier items?
No, I do have a new machine though.
Ooh, even better.
Ooh, God, this thing is heavy. Oh my God.
We don't have insurance, so be careful.
Yeah, no kidding. It is a Brother Correctronic 50. It was gifted to me from the pastor at my church.
Nice.
I have no idea if it works yet. I got it on Monday night, and well, that's as far as it's gotten. It's in the house.
Well.
Yeah.
I have one on its way. I thought I had another on its way. The label's been generated, so it's not on its way yet. It will be soon, but
oh yeah.
That's it.
But one
totally
is
opposite
on its way. What?
The totally opposite end of the typewriter age spectrum.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing.
When they work, they're
Mid-
nice typewriters for sure.
Yeah.
When they do work, and you can find the ribbons and correction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't tried to. All I did earlier was I opened it up earlier, and the ribbon was kind of loose, and I pulled the ribbon out, and I tightened up the ribbon and I put it back in, and that's as far as I got. I didn't really look into how it worked. It's like, okay, that's too much work.
Oh.
I went in and I fiddled with the Underwood 6, which I brought back from the repair shop because it's been sitting there for too long, and it's not fixed yet. So I'm just gonna have to fiddle with it, I guess.
Yeah.
I know what it's doing, but I don't know how to fix it yet. And it's like, yeah, I can read. I've read the little how to the Underwood repair manual. It's on Richard Polt's site, and we were all talking about this last night. And part of my problem is I don't know what these pieces are. The manual shows the pictures, but the problem with the manuals of this period is it shows the pictures and then it has the letters, but it doesn't have a list immediately below that picture that says this is what these letters stand for. The text of the time, it has those. This is what these letters are throughout the text. And so you have to go throughout the text of that document to find what each letter stands for. And it's very annoying.
Yeah, I bet.
So I don't know. Anyway, I haven't gotten it. It's like, well, it made it home, and yes, Joe, if it was home and if it was here when Kevin was here, it would be out in Albuquerque right now, but it was not here. It would have made that trip because I like this machine, and it had been sitting over in the local repair shop for a couple of years. So
I was over at John Lewis's last week and visiting, and he pointed over to the floor next to his little museum. He said, "There's Diane's typewriters." I don't think he was quite got to yours yet, but
and that's fine, you know. It's like yeah, I gave him a little bit of warning. I did send an email, or
Yeah.
actually I called over there and said, you know, this is the scoop.
So I just had a crazy idea, Diane. Why don't you arrange this summer to host a bunch of people of us from the typewriter world that are a little bit handy with repairing stuff, and have everybody come to your place on one weekend and have a get together and try to fix all your machines for you.
Oh wow!
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah,
that would be cool.
You just have to cater to us, you know, like food and drink, and we'll try to fix your machines for you.
I want the Royals.
Yes, you want the Royals.
Well, I did send a Royal QDL down there, and it's like, you know what, my one word after that one was easy, or no, it was 2 words. It skips.
It skips.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
It's like I actually enjoy typing on that one, but it skips.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking when you're talking about the service manuals, it just reminds me how good are the Smith Corona service manuals in comparison, right? You know, where they have the wonderful illustrations that look almost like black and white photographs, and they have an arrow pointing to each part from the text. Like you have a description of how it works. There's a part underlined, and then an arrow points to the picture where that's at, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if you've seen this particular picture, and I gotta pull it up. I don't know if you've seen this particular manual. The how to repair Underwood. And then this is the page, the line spacing,
Oh,
the line
I see.
space working parts. So that's fine, but it doesn't tell me what each part is. I'm gonna have to go through and find
read the whole thing.
Each letter is described in the paragraph where, you have to go through it and figure out.
But it's not necessarily on that page, or
Right.
it's like
Yeah.
I have to like read through the entire thing.
Right.
So you'll have to mark up that PDF with notation for each letter, what it does, right? Like on the illustration, put the letter next to it, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to like take notes while I'm just gonna have to get a notebook and pen and paper and
fountain
make
pen.
notes.
You have to use a fountain pen. Yeah.
Excuse me. I picked up the ballpoint. Sorry.
Yes. The Lamy Safari. Yes.
Yeah, I picked up the ballpoint because it's like I had gotten my mom one of these Lamy ballpoints, and it's like my hope that was that she would use it, and then she's like, "Well, I don't want to use it because it's too nice to use." It's like, that's what it's there for.
It's too nice to use.
Yeah,
that's always funny.
Anyway, I got one. It's like I got her a hot pink one because her favorite color is pink. But this is their current limited edition color.
Oh,
and I
nice.
thought I liked the fountain pen. I'm like, well, I'm gonna get the ballpoint too. I kind of like that color. It's pretty nice. They call it white silver.
So
But,
what was your big typewriter doing? What problem did it have?
It has sloping text.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
And so
sounds like the clutch for the line spacing is slipping or something, right? Maybe, or it's not engaging in the teeth of the sprocket for the line spacing.
That's what it says. William's nodding in the background, and
Yeah.
and yes, and it's like, yep. I return, and I turn the left part of the whole thing just towards me, and it does move towards me a little bit, but right now, I think unless I take that entire bit up unless I take the platen out and take the whole thing apart, I don't know that I'm going to be able to figure out what's going on with it.
Yeah. I had one of my machines, a portable, where that little spring-loaded roller that is supposed to roll on the teeth of the line spacing sprocket, the position of that little arm, the spring-loaded arm, had like 2 screws, and it was super finicky as to how you had to adjust it to get it to engage into the teeth of that sprocket. And then my friend Kevin, on one of his typewriters, he ended up taking a really tiny file and sharpening each tooth of that sprocket because the tips of the teeth had worn down over the years, and it was causing it not to sit properly in the gap between each tooth, which is where it has to sit for the line, right? So it could be something like that. That sprocket's worn, and you may have to like file the teeth down to make them sharper.
Oh.
Because if the teeth on the sprocket are not sharp, the roller will sit somewhere not exactly precisely between the teeth. It should sit between the teeth.
It will sit on a radius as opposed to dropping off a point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so the term that I came up with last night is that the line advance lever and the detent ratchet are not properly synchronized.
Yeah. What he said.
Yeah. All right. Anything else new with you, Diane?
I have a couple of machines heading my way, but they're not, like I said, they're not here yet. There was something else. What?
For next Typewriter Club.
Okay.
Yeah. Have more show and tell. So guys, I got to roll. I got a family get together at 4 o'clock. So.
Yeah.
Bye. Happy typing, guys.
Bye.
Next time. Enjoyed it. Thank you, Gregory.
Till the next
Thanks,
time.
everyone.
I showed the light meter already, but I got this too.
Yeah.
Oh yes, American Roadrunner. Yep.
Well, it's getting past our lunchtime, and I should try and get something fixed. And Anthony, I still gonna get those ribbons to you. I've just got to write a letter to go with it as well.
Brilliant.
And then we can settle up later.
Thanks, William. That's brilliant. Thank you for that.
Okay, take care all, and we'll touch base with you. Okay, I probably won't be here next Sunday because we're heading up to visit some friends up north of Calgary. And so I'll probably see those who are on next Saturday evening.
Okay.
Or maybe at some random time if I happen to log on.
Yeah.
Okay, take care all. God bless. Bye.
Bye. Wayne. So yeah, there was nothing else new.
Okay. And
sorry, Joe. I keep responding, years later to some of your early videos.
That's all right. I have a gal right now that's been watching my whole series from the beginning, and she's responding to videos from 5 years ago.
Well, I sometimes I'm responding, but that's not me. I've seen most of them already anyway.
Excellent. And Anthony, how are you doing?
Hi, Gregory. How are you? I'm good.
Excellent.
Yeah. I missed a few, and I'm really sorry.
That's okay.
But I will say that I have now put an entry in my Google Calendar for every Sunday to remind me, because I actually missed a few. You see, your live stream actually starts at 5 p.m. Irish time. And so it's 9:30 here at night.
Yeah.
A few times it had passed before I realized, and I was like, so I've set the reminder now. So I might not be able to join every week, but I should be a little bit more regular,
Of course.
Yeah.
I did recently buy a few of your, 2 or 3 of your ebooks.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to read them?
Not yet.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Buying books is one thing, getting to read them is another.
I know. And we have so many writers here in this group too, so
that's great.
I try and support them all, so
brilliant. You're very good.
And it seems like because I think the ones I downloaded are it sounds like they're fiction, and it sounds like the idea I get from them is they're kind of mythological in a way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything I've written, whether fiction
Yeah.
or non-fiction, is inspired by the mythology of, well, Ireland, but specifically the Boyne Valley where I live. You know,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
lot here, a huge amount of it. You know.
Yeah, because I was reading some of the synopses, and it sounds really interesting. Return to I don't
Sagish.
know. Yes, yes,
Sagish, yeah.
yeah,
That's an Irish name, so
yeah,
you know, people stumble on it because they're just not familiar with the language. You know,
yeah,
just think of Seggish, Segish, or
yeah,
Segish. You know,
yeah. And
yeah.
then I think there was another shorter one that's like 70 pages or something like that.
Was that the one about Finn McCool and the Salmon of Knowledge?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yeah. So
that is my shortest book. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to those, definitely.
I hope you enjoy them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so anything new with you?
See you, Rich.
Bye.
I've been very busy with the typewriters. I've been typing almost every day. So I'm still writing the companion volume to Return to Segish on their brother electronic typewriter. I've been putting the Valentine through its paces and actually discovered a couple more minor flaws with it. But look, I've heard it said here and on the likes of Joe's YouTube channel, I've heard it said that 90% of problems with secondhand typewriters are lack of use and just parts freezing up. So the line lock issue doesn't seem to be happening as often as it was. I suspect that it's just a matter of use will free it up. But then I discovered the ribbon reversing method wasn't working. And actually all I did was I wiggled it back and forth loads of times and eventually found that it just needed to be freed up. That's all, you know.
Okay.
So it's working 98.3% brilliantly, and then occasionally the line lock thing still does happen from time to time. But I'm trying to avoid actually getting stuck on the right-hand margin. When I hear the bell now, I'm very conscious of how many letters I have left before a carriage return, you know. And then I've been using the Adler Special quite regularly as well. And thanks to your wonderful group, I've received some correspondence lately. And I've done my best. I say occasion. I'm not sure if I said what I said in terms of frequency of reply. And the only reason I didn't put immediate was because there are periods when I'm very busy and I can't. But actually, the correspondence I've received so far, I've replied to that day.
Yeah.
Because it just, the joy of, you know, having the typewriter on the desk and just, you know, and now there's a choice, you know, there's a choice of machines. It's like, which one will I use today, you know?
That's fun.
Oh, and speaking of which, there's another new arrival.
Excellent.
Anybody know what it is? Anybody care to guess?
It's a brother?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I'll give you a clue. You could guess two different brands, and they're basically the same company.
Olympia.
No.
Another Triumph Adler.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
Who
been
said
a theme
Triumph?
today.
Who said Triumph?
That was
It's been a theme today.
Yes, yes.
It's a Triumph Contessa Deluxe.
Contessa.
Which I had kept an eye on for the last few weeks, and I just bookmarked it, and I said, that looks nice.
Oh, and it has the type bar guide too.
Yeah.
Or
This thing,
protector.
basically, the type slugs are so clean, and the whole thing is so pristine that the couple I bought it from said, at least it's going to get some use now. Sure, it's been stuck in the attic for years. In its case, the only sign that it's not brand new is the fact that the platen has actually, you know, just faded a little bit. It looks sort of, you know, the way the black goes out of it.
Yeah.
The type, yeah. You know, when you see that, you're inclined to think, you know, that's the first thing that people would lose and set aside and not think of.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
it's a neat little machine. The only thing that it lacks, really, in my opinion, I've used it a few times. The only thing it lacks is the touch control. So it's a one setting. It's quite a joy to use, and it's really light. It's one of these. I presume it's an ultra portable. It's not quite as light as the Valentine, but the Valentine is, all plastic. Yeah, I'm so impressed at how clean it is. I mean, even the decals at the back, I mean, it's just shiny new, like it's come out straight off the factory floor,
Yeah.
So
it's beautiful.
I mean, you know yourself, we all suffer from the same addiction on this group. It's like, who needs another typewriter, An economics teacher of mine in school used to have a rhyme. He said, "Our needs are few, but our wants are many." Well, it doesn't rhyme, but he spoke it as if it was a rhyme.
Yeah.
I'm always reminded of that. What do we actually need? One typewriter that we like.
Yeah.
What do we want? 100 typewriters,
Yeah.
And the space to store them in, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a nice, very, very nice. Yeah, really happy with that. As I say, the Valentine, pretty much. The SM4 actually hasn't had much use lately.
Oh, okay.
Because of the newbies,
Yeah.
But everything else has been getting regular use, so it's good.
And on your YouTube channel, I know you had your video about your Valentine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure if that confuses YouTube. Apparently, if you don't stick to a theme on your YouTube channel, you get punished. But my channel has always been, I mean, I'm into aviation. I have aviation videos on my channel and astronomy videos and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, and I have one on the Adler Special as well. And there's a couple of the SM4. So I'm going to make a video about the Brother, and I'm going to make a video about the Contessa. Why not?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, give Joe Van Cleve a run for his money,
The more typewriter video channels, the better.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, it's a curious thing. So when I went into the house where I was buying the Contessa, the couple said, there it is on the table. And I sat down and I immediately started typing. And the comment was, "Ooh, he looks like he knows what he's doing," And I started talking about the technical stuff, how the type bars were all typed, all the letters and all the characters. Everything was very responsive and coming back. It was really free. I said, wow, it's very shiny, and started getting technical. And they said, okay, yeah, great, and I told them that, I write books, and I said that I actually lately have been using typewriters more than I'm using computers to write my work. Now, Return to Segish, I think I said that to you before, Gregory. I hand wrote that. That book was handwritten.
Wow.
In a beautiful cream page notebook with a black ink pen that I really liked. So that whole process but that was before I had any mechanical typewriters.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like the whole typewriter thing has been a resurgence for me since early 2020. So it's only 2 years ago since I've come back to typewriters, but now I'm just totally in love, and I'm the less I use the computer and the more I use the typewriters for my written work, I'm finding I'm getting more productive, actually. I know we've spoken about this, and there are very obvious reasons for that.
Yeah.
But the big one for me is screen fatigue, because I work here 5 days a week, 8 hours a day in front of the screen. And when you switch to the typewriter, it's such a welcome relief from the screen. And the other thing I think we mentioned before is it takes your focus away from whatever social media you might be browsing, Facebook or YouTube or whatever it happens to be. You waste so much time scrolling, and it's like a conscious decision is made that even though the computer is still here, that the computer keyboard is away, so that in order to do anything on the computer, you have to retrieve the keyboard and place it on your lap. And that's when the typewriter takes primacy, So,
yeah.
But I'm preaching to the choir, I know. I'm preaching to the converted.
Very good.
Excellent. Very cool. And anything else new with you?
Not a wild lot. I'm not getting a lot of photography done these days. Drone photography as well. I haven't been out as much, but I do find that, that life goes through phases. There was a phase 5 years ago when I was out with the camera almost every day of the week, but I wasn't getting any writing done. So I suppose, it swings and roundabouts, especially when you're working full time, one of the exciting things is that in the past couple of months, we have this new series of murals in Drogheda, which is my hometown, and they all depict scenes or characters from local mythology. And so yesterday and today, I was doing tours where you're actually giving a guided tour of the murals. There's 6 of them, and telling the stories of them to people. And it's proving to be a wonderful way to introduce the stories to the general population who may not be aware of the various characters in mythology. So that is going on, and sure, everything else. I do a weekly live stream on Mythical Ireland. That's on Monday, and that keeps me busy. And between that and work and everything else, people say to me, Anthony, you need an 8-day week. And I say, yeah, and a 36-hour day as well,
Yeah.
But the other side of it is, it's good to be busy. It's a good complaint. It's a privilege, actually, to have the health and the ability to indulge your passions, So, yeah, long may it last.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, it's good seeing you, and I hope to see you again soon.
Always a pleasure. And as I say, I came in very late this time, and it must be, are you on 4 hours now, is it?
Oh, going on 5, I believe.
Wow. So I promise I'll try and be a little bit earlier in the next few weeks. And it's always a pleasure. And as always, Gregory, thank you for doing this. It's brilliant.
You're welcome.
Bring like-minded people together. Yeah.
Excellent. Yes, this is a new record for Typewriter Club Live. So I think we will wrap it up here. But thank you so much, everybody. And we'll see you again next week.
Do we get T-shirts? I survived the 5 hours.
I know, right? That's coming, especially for the 6 people that are still here.
Gregory, I only stuck around this time so that I could read my typing prompt. And
oh no!
We don't have time.
Oh Lord!
I'm kidding. There's always the next time.
No.
No. It's fine. I was just joking.
Hey, what's your T-shirt?
Huh?
Jessica? Your
Oh,
T-shirt.
it's Japanese car. Is an older Nissan product that they're very rare here in the States, but within vintage Japanese car culture, it's like a legendary vehicle.
Okay, very cool. Thanks.
Indra picked off on it right away.
All right, let's see if I can do this.
Right. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.